Okay, we back. And I think we have fixed the problem. Good. Hello everybody. I missed absolutely everyone earlier, but hi. Hello Bam, Tato, Kendo, Not, Higet, Twist, Fred, Done. Who else do I see? Normally, Eku. Hi. Oh, yeah, looks good. We should be good to go. Just getting into the game again. Hello, Mind King Nick. Henry. Dato's map is Jeepers. Kendo, just wait. Just you wait. You know what the problem is? The problem is that I need to speed build scenery, and I'm really bad at it. So it's gonna look bad, but the map is kind of fun. It's subjective, okay? It's an acquired taste. Anyway, you're drunkly. Alright, we're gonna get into the dip, finally. Everything should be good to go. I have fixed my frame drops, and we should be ready to jump back in. We are going to go into the server. We're gonna check in what Bren has done today in just a moment as well. But let's first check our players. Seems like Sammy has reached floor 10. Wow, that's huge. Elcon in a situation over here. Gets a little bit of grip. If the car would go here, then there would maybe be some kind of a save, but no. This has to be a fall from like floor 11, right? There's no way you would turtle here. Might be able to move the car a little bit, but I don't know. Okay, well, Simo also in a situation, I suppose. We've seen this one before as well. Yeah, no recovery here. No recovery here. Have fun, Tommy. First time on the ice floor, though. That's pretty big. One of the hardest floors to learn for most players. Kinda depends. Someone like Elcon has been able to, honestly, pick it up very quickly. But when you look at like Hazard, for example, this was a significant difficulty on the map, for sure. But getting to floor 10, it's already a top 50 achievement, really. All you need to do is clear this first part and you will be there on the leaderboard, so very solid. Hi Bato, how are you feeling? Well, here we go then. Gets through the first obstacle. Actually, what is the height exactly on this? I'm actually wondering, 170 might be the ice slide and 160 might be this part. So maybe, yeah, Hugo has got to this same point, but not, probably failed this next jump. And Bijans probably has got to the ice slide, but not cleared that one. Because I think you do get higher like pretty quickly after. So when you get here, this must be the 1070 range. And then when you get to this point, this is again higher. So yeah, I think that's gonna be the personal best, right? Oh, that's great, Pato. Second stream of the day. Hello, DC. Or Dom, maybe. Alright, so all of this ahead of Sami right now. We will check out how this first attempt goes, and then check in on Bren's progress from earlier today. Bren has caught up with the Walter Guard, hasn't reached floor 16, hasn't technically cleared any new sections, but has cleared the first ice jump on 15. So Bren has been able, unlike Hazard, to land here, but not clean enough. Yeah, this floor goes a lot up and down all the time. Kinda hard to read what height is what section. But here we go. Icy wheels from the slope, and then... Okay, that was a very careful line. Wants to be sure that this first attempt doesn't go too far. Oh, Hazard playing in solo? I think Bren has played in solo a little bit as well, right? So what Bren has been doing is kind of recap those runs, I think, on his stream afterwards. Okay, Sami. This is a little slow. Is it gonna make it? Oh, it barely does. Launches through, and now knows what the speed needs to be for next time as well. So very solid. Then the ice slide. Strategy here is to not fall into the turbo, which can push you pretty far. And also not fall over here, which is a big fall too. So really what you need to do is you need to go here, face upwards, and accelerate to fall down very carefully. And then when you think that you can get the sideways line with the ice slide, so it kind of counter steer that line, then you go and you... Oh, what? You make it here. That is the goal, that is the plan. And then this next part, honestly, is a little bit more forgiving. You don't need a lot of speed for this jump. Meaning that you, for example, don't need to ice slide around this. You can just kind of drive around this corner. So this ice slide is like one of the sections in this early part where we still see some mistakes from some players that have, you know, gone up to like floor 12, 13, 14. Thank you, Stolos. Just finish shallow dip A. Well done, Scott. That is a great achievement. Well, we're gonna check in with Sami once he's ready to try. Probably investigating some VODs and such. Elcon on the grind. There's been these questions, you know, this past few days or even the past week, like, are the players about to give up? You know, are they not motivated and maybe no one's gonna finish this map because the players all burn out or whatever? So far, like, all these players, Elcon has been playing pretty much every single day, right? Bren has been playing pretty much every single day. Lars has been playing pretty much every single day. Timo, pretty much every single day. Sure, everyone's maybe taken a couple days off during this grind, but like, right now, I don't really see a big difference in like the first week push and the last week push. No one's gonna give up. But just for the people who thought it might happen, it hasn't happened and it will not happen. I think we have a pretty clear sign of it right now. I think the players are fine, but I think some of the more casual viewers are giving up. Yeah, that's it. Only expert viewers survive the grind. Hello. What's the longest grind you've seen for a big wall record or whatever? What was the... There was the one Super Mario Maker run, right? What was it again? That was like completely ridiculous. Like thousands of hours. I haven't watched the Bren run yet. Sammy is for the first time on floor 10, so we're gonna follow that run first. Thank you for the shout out also. You can check in on Sammy's theory, what is it? Theory crafting. I can't speak at all. Trials of Death? Was that it? Sounds, yeah, sounds familiar. That was like a massive grind, right? It wasn't, it was just like a clear, right? Like the first ever clear. Kind of like a validation. God, I heard of it so long time ago that I don't remember the details. Do you think many people will continue the grind after top 3 finish? Yes, absolutely. Many people will finish this map no matter whether there's a competition or not. Oh, well done, Ion. Trails of Death is a Super Mario Maker made by Chain Chomp Braden with over 2,800 of upload 2,800 hours of upload attempts. Yeah, and 1,500 hours of practice. Yes, like that has to be it, right? That has to be the biggest world record grind. Many? Virtual said maybe 8. No, I personally think that right now there's 13 finishers on Deep Dip 1. I think there's going to be more on this map, even though it's harder. Simply because there's more prestige linked to this map. Many more people are trying this map than Deep Dip 1, I'm pretty sure. Like, trying it, like, seriously, you know? So we have a lot of people right now on floor 8, floor 9, floor 10. Like, this guy right here, who I think will finish the map. Especially once the event is over, and there's the checkpoint version to practice, there's the practice floors to practice. Sammy, now to the ice slide. Oh, gets a very good line, and now the acceleration, the slide, this looks very clean. Now just up. Very good one shot. Very solid. That was super, super clean. We've seen many shaky attempts on that, but that was very good. Thank you, Arseny, for the Prime sub. Much appreciated. So now, getting rid of the icy wheels, no problem there, they are not there anymore. And then jumping over here, and then you would prefer to chain this section. It is much easier to chain this than to stop here and then get the speed back somehow. So you would rather not make any mistakes. But it's possible that you do recover from here as well, if need be. Hello, Leia. Hello, Voltus. Yuri. Okay, we'll wait for Sammy a little bit. Hi, Nuzelia. There's so many ions. 001, right? Well, it's there now. Better be correct. Okay, we could honestly... Alright, let's just see. Alright, we do have time to check in with what Bren has done. And we'll probably be very, very patient with this section. So, Bren was able, earlier, to get to the same section a couple times. Clear these rings twice, and you can just see the confidence on this second run here. Could have been more than twice, but twice that I saw. So just kind of chaining everything, right? There we are. Wait, Hazard currently at 1618? That is... Wait, hold on. Hazard is not on the server, Hazard is not streaming. That's not floor 16 yet. But, like... 1683 is the highest point. Lars's personal best 1629. That has to be floor 15. Yeah, has to be floor 15. Okay, well, all right. Well, okay. Tommy is ready to go as well. Okay, we'll check in on the brain attempt in just a moment now. Let's see. Tommy gets a clean landing, and now around the ice. This should be enough speed. Gets a clean gear shift, and makes the pool. Very nice. Very good. And now we have, again, a bit more time to check in what Bren had done. A lot of things happening right now. But Bren was able to get here. Was able to, you know, nail those ring parts pretty nicely at this point. And then tried to go for a little bit different strategy than what we saw Hazard do. So what Bren is doing on this run is doing an ice slide. If we skip ahead a little bit. So Bren lands clean and then turns sideways. And this is the same thing as we just saw Sami do a little bit earlier, where you turn sideways and you counter steer. But the problem here is that you have to do a very short ice slide, because you need to exit that ice slide. You can't carry it all the way to the jump ahead. You need to exit it, and then you need to jump when you go straight forward, right? Like, this jump has to be done straight forward. Bren does make it, but that's not enough. So Bren's current challenge is to clear this jump clean. You need a clean landing because you need to chain this section. So in some sense, Bren has made a new world record here by landing on this section. But it's not like a new section that has been cleared, because the whole thing is the section. You land onto the ice, you get enough speed, you jump here, you carry the speed, then you do the same dirt icy wheel thing that Sami did just a little bit ago in the very beginning of the floor. You carry the speed here, land clean, and you land over here. That is the entire section, from this dirt to this dirt. That is the second last section of floor 15. Then you have this thing, whatever this is, ask Kubas, I don't know. But it should be fairly safe. This surface here is not slippery, so it's not like you need to be worried about that. This is really looking like more of a patience test. Who knows what kind of a jump this is. Maybe you do need to get quite a bit of speed here. How do you know that? Because I can see the texture of the surface. It's most likely metal, which will not be slippery. So then this is the beginning of floor 16. So very close. But this strategy is still kind of like, we're not 100%. Could it be that you still might want to land in an ice slide? Because if you land in ice slide, then you can carry that ice slide for a little bit longer. If you land straight and you angle in the ice slide, there's two things that can happen. One is that your angle with the ice slide will be more inside, because you're starting it in a different sort of line. So that might mean that you will not be able to really get a speed benefit if you start from here. Maybe there's like a way to do that still, but if you jump, because this is a diagonal landing, which means that when you land here, you land sideways, but you're facing towards this direction, which means that as you land sideways, you're kind of in this line, right? Like, you know, the back of the car is here, front of the car is here. So when you start that kind of an ice slide, you can carry it further because it lines towards the edge first, and then you can carry it over the outside. And then you can exit it, hopefully naturally without losing speed, and then hopefully that's enough speed to land here. So at this point, I feel like maybe it's time to test that. Maybe it's time to test the ice slide landing. But I don't know. Bren was able to do a little bit of exploration by, you know, going here and then going back here, because there's a recovery way over here doing these jumps, and this didn't seem too difficult for Bren to do. Jump over the plastics there. So at the very least you can kind of retry that and try to get the perfect line. Hazard on 1641. Okay. Just 15. Granted, seemed to have enough speed to land in the ice slide. So gears are important. Which means that maybe you need to land like very early. What was the... when was the gear shift again? Let me really quickly check. So getting second gear before the jump, and then getting third gear... No. Yeah, getting... Oh, yeah. Getting the third gear during the landing. So that's not gonna help either. So... Two options, I think. Either you get a very clean landing. Either you get a very clean landing onto the ice, and you get the third gear before you go into the ice slide. So, Bren, I think, had like 130 speed when landing, but landed pretty far. And then started the ice slide and got the third gear, the 160 speed gear, during the ice slide, which will kind of like make it harder to keep that speed. But if you get the third gear before you initiate the ice slide, you might be able to carry more speed through it as well. We will go through floor 16 today. There's just a lot going on right now. We can't do every single thing on this map at the same time. I mean, getting through. $1,100 meters. Has checked what to do. Can't really stop here. So now just needs to line up and get the speed. And with the dirt wheels you will be able to zoom upwards. And then as you get to the snow, which is a very slow surface. Oh, wheel off the edge, but this should be recoverable. Be a little careful. Oh, I'm not sure if I like this idea. I don't think you can really do the turnaround. Maybe just trying to get like a better line somehow. Here we go, and then ice sliding in, but hits the bush. Oh, this is too far to recover. Still a personal best, but this will fall all the way down. It looks to floor 3, probably all the way down from the sand here as well. Well, yeah, that's it. Going a little bit too early into the uphill, but huge personal best. huge PP for Summit for sure. So yeah, going like a little bit too early into the snow, you need to kind of go into the ice first, then do the turn to the right, and then counter steer so you ice slide up the snow. You can ice slide on snow, it's just very weak. So snow basically is extremely slippery. Kind of has the slipperiness of ice, but you don't accelerate as much. Maximum speed is lower, so it's just like we call it like a penalty surface. Penalty version of ice, basically. So behaves in similar ways, but much slower overall. Same as like dirt versus sand, for example. They have some similar characteristics, similar grip, but the speed is not there. Okay. So yeah, Hazard on some run, but we don't know anything about it because it's not on the... It's not on the server, and it's not... Yeah. On stream. Inside info, Hazard did the dragon jump and went to the toilet. Oh, is that so? Hazard here? Is this reliable information hype? Dude, these wind sounds are so goofy. It is, okay. I believe you, because you know Hazard, right? Personally. Okay, so, well, not much to look for, but Hazard, imagine the car in the pool. There it is. So, you know. Okay, so floor 16 starts here. We went through the ending of floor 15. So, we're getting closer and closer to this point, and it's looking like we might get someone in here in maybe today, maybe tomorrow. All depends on this final ice thing, really. I don't honestly think this snake thing will be any more issue than the rings. These rings, I think, are much more dangerous. So I would imagine that whoever gets here first will be able to also clear this final jump and get to floor 16. So, jumper's floor. There's a couple very scary parts on this. So, going up here first, then going backwards over the turbos and making sure you don't go too far, because you just don't go too far. Then accelerate, go back, flip off this side, go up here, and now chain the speed. Don't get airtime. There's a recovery beam if you do get airtime, so you can get back and retry this, fortunately. But if you don't get airtime, you go over here, land over here. Thank you, Old Manini, for the Prime, and Chameleon also. I think that already happened yesterday. Thank you guys. Appreciate it. So, okay, landing here, and then you jump to this section. Now we have the first pretty unique section of this floor. You can practice the trick on this part, and then when you want to go, you go here. So what you do is you get the wheels clipped on this top part, and I can show it soon on another map that I know, a khaki map, that has the similar trick, what that actually looks like. But yeah, you basically, the wheels of one side you will put on top of this beam, and then you very carefully drive. If you want to practice it, you will fall down when you get to this point and fall into the pool. So you can retry this as many times as you want, but when you go, then you go, and there's very few ways to recover if you fail, especially on the second half of this. So yeah, you go all the way, and this plastic will push you here. Then you keep going, land here, take some speed, jump here, jump here, jump here. And now this thing is weird. So here's what Hazard was thinking you need to do. I was first thinking that you might need to jump from here to the ice, but what Hazard was actually saying was that it might be that you need to take speed, drop down between this beam and this beam. So you jump from this hole, land onto the ice. So take speed and then a very, very careful angle over here. Most likely you go like below this beam and then very barely land this. We'll see how that works. One of the scariest parts of this floor. Then you go here and you have another practice section, but it's not for the next part. What you actually need to do is you need to go around, take speed, jump from this plastic, land on this plastic, and land here. Now plastic bounces you, and bouncing onto ice if you're too slow doesn't seem very fun at all, but we'll see how difficult that actually ends up being. Then we have another one of those icy wheel dirt tricks where you zoom to the side and you carry the speed and you jump over here. Now this one has a wall, which means that if you overcommit, you should be able to save yourself, which makes it very retryable as well. So going like this, jumping here, and then you go here. Now the beam, so you need to somehow like balance yourself around these flags. Some people are saying that this kind of a thing has been done on other maps and it's not that bad, but it's hard to really say. So you kind of just carefully go around the flags, and now you have this wall, right? And this is one of the scariest parts of the map. Turbo, and you do the same trick as you do on the floor 4 ending, which means you go a little bit diagonally. So you go in like a 45-degree upward angle, and then you're staying on the dirt wall. You go all the way around, bounce the plastic at the end, switch the direction, again 45-degree angle, so you don't fall down to, you know, potentially floor 13 and probably bounce all the way down from there. And then you stick to this wall all the way through, go to the higher part this time, and then you flick yourself at the end, just like at the end of floor 4. It ends with that upwards flick. You go like this. And you land here. This direction change is probably the roughest part of it. But it's hard to say. We can see when someone gets to floor 4 ending, we can kind of check like how that looks if you haven't seen it before. It's, as a technique, it's not that difficult. Like just doing the dirt sort of upwards angle and staying on the wall, it is not that difficult. What is difficult is avoiding falling down here and avoiding going too high here, both of which most likely result in a big fall. So it's the precision that makes it difficult, not really the fact that you have to do this technique. So then going over here, chaining the speed, jumping here, hoping you don't go too far, and then this next part here is just the patience check. Hope your hands don't shake too much. You jump over here, and then you go around these poles, and somehow, with 2 wheels off the beam, you need to get through this part. So you notice how there's a corner here. There's barely space for 1 wheel to go next to this. So you have 2 wheels off the beam. 1 wheel, right side wheel, front wheel will go over here, and you hope that you get here. Hazard did the rings. Okay. So we have another attempt at the ice, but we can't see it. So we'll wait for an update. So at this point, you have now reached the end of floor 16. This is the end on the scale on the left side. So from here, you go, land here, pretty trivial. This jump here, probably pretty trivial as well. Land over here, then you climb all the way, and now you're here. This is the final jump. And from here, you go around this circle. This is not a slippery surface, so you just gain as much speed as physically possible. And when you're ready to go, you go, and you try to hit this red line. This is the finish. Hazard is not streaming right now. And also not on the server. We only have inside information updates. Elcon is on floor 11 though. Getting some runs going. Unfortunately misses the spin. It's back to floor 8. Bouncing to floor 7. Be able to continue from there. So the entire like height of the red thing, to be clear, is the finish line. So it doesn't matter where you hit this. The finish line is this. You see the thing? This is the finish line, and it covers the entire finish. So you don't need to hit like anything specific. You have this like entire thing is covered by like finishes. So all you need to do is get the right height and then you finish. Don't think there's a slow-mo block. Imagine if you bonk that red light at the end. I don't think it's possible. Probably not possible. Oh, Clover is... Oh, Clover just did the dirt thing. But this is the same thing. If you... I checked in too late. But if you've seen this one, this is the same technique as on floor 16. So you go here, you take the 45-degree angle, and you keep the grip, and then you flick the car at the end, land here. It is literally the same, but like, you know, overcooked version. Worth to accelerate from ice on current waterguard jump? Pretty sure you need to chain the entire section. Pretty sure you need to chain everything from this dirt, landing here, getting the third gear, then finding some way to get speed, whether it's an ice slide, whether it's like a straight line, do whatever you want, as long as you get enough speed to land this clean. And then you chain the speed, right? You keep going, and then you do the same dirt zoop flick that we see on floor 10, for example. You carry the speed over. This could even be like a 360 in the air. So like a from like the driver's perspective, like, you know, the actual like character's perspective. You go like this. You wait a little bit, then you turn the car sideways. It's gonna go like this, and when you leave this dirt, you keep spinning. You will spin like this, land here, and then just carry the speed over here. That could be a strategy. It's also probably possible to like do a left tap at the end of the dirt though. So you go like this, turn sideways, then you do a left tap and you turn the car in the air to the ice. It's probably possible too. I'm not really sure which one will be the better strat. Which one can give like the good speed. It's a very rough section. No, you definitely need to one-shot. Like, I don't see any way to get enough speed if you stop on the platform after. Dirt does not remove icy tires. It removes wet wheels. There is no surface that removes icy wheels immediately. Wow, Elcon really speedrunning. Yeah, for sure. Yeah. Like, even if it landed to the ice, it would have been too slow to make the final jump, right? Like, even if it landed clean onto the ice. It seems like a pretty rough jump to do with, like, very minimal speed. Yeah, so as we watched from Bren a moment ago, Bren has made it to the dirt platform on the dirt zoop, but clipped the landing, so I wasn't able to chain it. Dirt does not remove icy tires. I mean, it does slowly remove the ice, but not immediately, yes. Same as grass removes slowly. Like, we can say that ice wheels disappear or decay slowly, or thaw slowly, on almost every single surface, right? So, on dirt, grass, plastic, tarmac, on all of those surfaces, icy wheels will slowly disappear. But it doesn't get immediately removed. Wet wheels do get immediately removed. No, plastic as well, unless you have wet icy wheels. But yeah, dirt and sand remove wet wheels pretty much immediately. So the reason why we have this kind of a thing, where on floor 3, for example, you go on water, and then you go on ice, and then you go on plastic, it's because the mappers wanted to build sort of like ice, but they want to use these like vanilla items that are very narrow, and you can do these kinds of ramps with them without using custom blocks. So you land into the water, then you go onto the ice, and for whatever reason, when you take wet wheels first and you go onto ice, then you have wet icy wheels. If you take ice first and you go to water, then you just get wet wheels. But with water first, ice second, you get wet icy wheels. And because plastic retains wet wheels and water for some reason retains ice wheels, now you have wet ice wheels on plastic. So now, in this case, plastic functions basically as ice. But if you only have icy wheels, then those icy wheels will decay as you go on plastic. This is actually like a thing that you need to do on floor 10. So when you get to this point here, you do the you do this ice slide in the beginning of floor 10, right? Go up here, and then you slide. You have full icy wheels, right? And then you go onto the plastic. And then you wait for the icy wheels to go away before continuing. The car is not slippery anymore. Hazard is on PB, but there's nothing we can do. It's not on stream, not on server. All we know is the updates we get here in chat from people who have inside information. Who have contact with Hazard O Elcon. No mistake, but good. Good. Save there. A little bit off with the angle there as well, but saves again. Heard today on Bren's stream that casters won't cast the last level. Floor 16. What does that mean? I mean, I suppose it depends. Like, if someone gets there and is not on the server and doesn't want people to, you know, take their stream into it, but, like, it has to be streamed. So, like, if someone gets to the end of the map, Bren said he might ask casters not cast him on floor 16. Oh, yeah, that's fine. One possibility is that I don't... one possibility is that I don't add the stream, you know? I don't add the stream at all on my stream, so I'm just here, and then people will go to Brent's stream to actually see the run. I can still commentate on it, right? So I can ask about that, but yeah, I mean, if that's what he wants, then I will respect it. Yeah, exactly, like full cam, yeah. So then, like, anyone who wants to actually see the run would actually need to open that stream anyway. I don't really see a problem. Yeah, there's of course sync issues and delays and such. Oh well, we'll see. I'm sure we will, you know, get some clarification of this. Do you think Elcon will one-shot the floor 15 ice slide? I feel like Elcon has said that it was looking easy. With the clip, is the slowdown enough? There's a pool below. Okay, lands here. So there's two possible saves from here. One is that you go for the risky strat and you jump to the beginning of the floor. Or you just jump down and do the floor 10 save. Two possibilities. Seems like Elcon might be going for this riskier strategy. Let's see if it works. So Hazard right now, yeah, not on stream and not on the server, so we don't have a lot of information. Basically, what people are doing is just look at the tracker that shows the height. So the actual run can't be seen. Okay, Elcon. Oh, upside down landing. It's alive, but is it savable? Looks pretty rough. Oh. Okay, well, alright. Oh, the car does flip. The question is, can you get back up? I guess you bounce from this over here. Looks cursed. One of the strangest flips. It looks like it's possible. Going to be a little bit strange. Gets two wheels up and there's the rest as well. Okay, well, here we go. Good save. There we go. Maybe not the ideal way to do that, but you know, keeps going on floor 11. It's better than landing back to floor 10 for sure. Ended up probably being faster as well. Up we go. And then keeps going further. Let's see if the jump works this time. Landing clean and then slows down enough to not go too far. It's well done. Then the half loop into the pool. Not comfortable with that line. It was very close to clipping. I'm not sure if there was a slowdown, but you know. Hazard failed but made it to the recovery. Okay. On. Oh no, the car unfortunately flips like this, maybe to the floor 10, the dirt section. Oh, into the hole. That's such a difficult save, unfortunately. Looks like floor 6 turns upside down as well. I think the pool landing there, the pool landing actually disabled the air brake as well, so Elcom wasn't able to stop the rotation either. That's a tough one. Yeah, the problem with floor 10 is that even though you have all these saves, covers quite a bit of ground, you know, below this area especially, but the issue is that you often get ice wheels, you often land in snow and like a downhill, and the car will just roll down, or you land over to this dirt and you're just not able to recover that because the car is kind of bouncing, you don't get full grip with the wheels, and you just roll down, and yeah, everything's so difficult to save. Really the best possible save is here on the dirt, or potentially somewhere in the beginning, but floor 11 doesn't really reach these points anyway. This is like a possible save, but it's kind of rare because there's a lot of stuff covering it too. You know, you might bounce off the snow and whatever. The pool here, I guess, is not the absolute worst, but usually there's not like an organic section that leads you there. Usually you make it as like a extra recovery. So, you know, for example, if you don't have enough speed here, then you just drop down here, right? You don't really fall into it after making a mistake, so kind of making it very difficult. Very difficult to really do much on that floor. Getting through floor 11 is still one of the biggest choke points on the map. Hazard attempt. So this was recorded from Hazard a while ago. What was the strategy? Landing pretty clean. Oh. Wasn't the worst idea. But yeah, not quite. It's really hard to say because this lands with like 140 speed. You would need 160 to get the third gear. So maybe like a super clean landing somehow, so you can accelerate before starting the ice slide if you don't land in the ice slide. So yeah, kind of pushing the jump so that you land earlier, but you also don't take that kind of a jump, you know? Lower jump, cleaner landing, that might give you the third gear in time. Hi, Hazard. Agreed with Bren to try no slide again, but I landed too far left there. Okay. Yeah, that makes sense. Are you... I'm wondering, are you trying to get the third gear before starting the slide? Oh, wait, no, you're specifically trying the no slide. Yeah, sorry. My brain. So then it doesn't matter. Yeah. No, yeah, if you don't do the ice slide, then the gears shouldn't matter. Yeah, my intuition all the time has told me that landing and then doing like a mini ice slide and then straightening out the car will be the same or maybe less speed than the no slide line. That's just my intuition, and I could be completely wrong. But like, I feel like it's either the no slide line or it's going to be landing in an ice slide. But the problem when you land into the ice slide is that you will get the third gear, and when you get the third gear, you risk sliding out. You need to have like a 90-degree angle in the ice slide, and then you need to probably like do a brake tap to extend the ice slide, and then go over here and then do the jump. I don't know, it sounds pretty complicated to do with the ice slide as well. So maybe the no slide with just the clean landing is going to work. Like the issue, the third gear becomes a bit of an issue because it gives you a slowdown. If you do an early ice slide, you will get a slowdown because you get the third gear during the ice slide. And if you do a late ice slide, if you wait for the third gear, now the ice slide is going to be too short to do anything, I think. Back on dirt? Okay, good luck. What if you shift into fifth while in air? I don't know if that works at 130 speed. Why did Bren not go from the ice at Voltagor jump? You will not make that jump anyway. It's not gonna work anyway. You need to chain that section, surely. So, no matter how much speed you get to the... Well, of course, like, if you somehow got enough speed, then it would work, but no matter how much speed you accumulate from here, it is not gonna be enough to get this. And the problem with going from the ice is that you spend so much time at low speed on this ice block that you will get full icy wheels, which means that you can no longer no-slide, which you would want to do to gain the best possible speed. So, doing like a full icy wheel no-slide on dirt to maybe get like a very sideways line into correcting it with like a ice ST thing into jumping here and hitting the sign doesn't seem very promising, yeah? So, you need to chain this section. You need to land here, carry the ice wheels, zoop on the dirt, just like we do in the beginning of floor 10, and then chain the speed all the way here. You can't stop here, surely. There's no way you can. Yeah, it's all those three have to be done in a row. Oh, Mitch. Right. Getting back towards floor 8, another classic 2-hour run. We'll wait for the hazard update again. So Bren has multiple attempts on this ice part. Has recovered it a couple times and has also landed to the second part, I think twice, but hasn't landed clean yet. Hello, Kettle. Go. Is there any way to maybe do a skip by full speeding into the first column jump instead of the dragon? I haven't looked, but considering how well any other floor here has been cut-proofed, I doubt it's possible. Need someone who actually knows ice now. I'm not an expert, and I'm supposed to be neutral, I suppose, but let's check it out. Well, Twist here. Twist knows ice. Okay, landing in. So, one thing I know about, like, no slide lines on ice, it sounds so silly to say, is that you want to avoid directional input as much as possible. Like, the moment you press left or right, you're eating your speed. So, what you would need to do is find, like, a PF line, basically. You don't like the no slide line? Yeah, I don't know. Better than the first attempt, I think. Maybe you still have like too much speed to actually get like a clean no slide line. Like I think the problem is that you have such like a diagonal line to the entry. Do you think ice slide landing Twist? Like, this is not really... You don't have icy wheels? Oh, true. So like a very clean landing, get the third gear and then the ice slide. Yeah, no, yeah, I think Twist is right. Like, when you don't have icy wheels, the ice slide landing will be kind of first, I suppose. It's not really Gorilla Grip. Gorilla Grip is when you go from one ice slide into another ice slide through, like, a jump. Twist is pretty good hazard, by the way. Yeah, it's actually even dirt with. That's a good point that I completely didn't think about. No, you can slide in second gear as well. You can do an ice slide in second gear, but the problem is that when you are in an ice slide, any gear ups or gear downs will kind of end the ice slide. They will pause the ice slide and you will lose a lot of speed. So if you can do an ice slide by staying on one gear, it will be a lot faster than when you get like a gear shift in the middle of the ice slide. It's kind of like it separates the ice slide into two. So you have like a second gear ice slide and then it ends and then you have a third gear ice slide. So, you know. So it seems like getting the third gear, like, it has to happen. It's 160 speed. It looks like it will be able to happen, right? Second gear? You think Kubas would calculate this for second gear? That sounds so cursed. So then you would need to land and slow down and start the slide, and then hope that you don't get the gear when you get to the end of this, right? Which, you know, maybe it doesn't happen anyway, but like then you would need to stay on... That's so hard to read. Like, the third gear makes so much more sense if you can get it. So it's like 142 landing, right? If you land a little bit earlier, it... You know, it would make sense that you can get third gear in a downhill. Like, it's very close, right? So what Bren did was Bren got a similar landing, started the ice slide on second gear, then got the third gear, and seemingly lost too much speed. So that's Bren's attempt. Like, it's similar to this, but without the ice slide. Or, you know, this one doesn't have the ice slide. To me, it looks like with a clean landing onto the ice, you would be able to get gear 3 around like here. This is like 150 speed. It's a bit hard to say, but this looks like 150. Maybe you just need to push the landing a lot. Maybe the challenge here is mostly getting the landing really nicely, right? Like landing super clean on the edge, and then wait for third, then start the ice slide, and then do it with third. It's weird. It's weird. It's hard to see the line. No, yeah, like the absolute best case scenario, if you're gonna do this with third gear, is to get it before you start the ice slide. Gorilla Grip is from ice to ice. This is from dirt to ice. Yeah, I mean, at the end of the day, it's hard to read these kinds of things. You know what we have learned today? Is that when you build maps, you shouldn't ask Reddit to judge them based on a video you posted on Reddit. That's what we learned today, because we don't know anything at all. And Reddit users probably even less, so just side note. Side note there. I see this happen all the time, by the way, so, you know, a reminder to not do it. Well, good luck, Hazard. I'm very consistent also getting to these parts. 4 years of pretending ice doesn't exist finally caught up. Hey, but this is the true test, learning it on floor 16 of Deep Dip 2. If you can do this, you can do anything in the world. You got this. And by the way, if you don't know, if you're too slow for this jump, it's one of these jumps, in case you didn't know. So, maybe starting the jump from the back gives you too much speed and you land too far forward on the ice. Maybe finding like a setup. Like just a straight line from here or something. I guess the silver lining here is that if you have too little speed, you do land here, right? You land here and maybe there's a recovery from here somewhere. So I guess like this landing is not that punishing. It looks pretty rough. I guess from here you might be able to jump to this part and then take the beam. What? What is this? What is this supposed to be? Who is this beam for? Surely you can't do this jump from here. Can you? Is it just like a recovery to nowhere? Or can you stop here? You can? Okay, interesting. Alright, well, I mean, if you land here, then I guess, you know, that's still floor 15. So maybe that's kind of like a hint as well that you need to push for that, like, clean landing. Okay, well... we shall see. Sima, by the way, if you didn't know, has made it to floor 11. Has beaten the ice spin, rather, on floor 10. Technically, you could just gear bug it. Yeah, that's surely the easiest way. Could happen by accident. I think it's pretty even, Heffa. All, like, Simo Virtual, Lars have, like, 170 hours or so. Yeah, Sammy as well has a lot of hours. Timo is 185. Whew. If I get floor 16 now, I get it before 150 hours. That would be quite something. Oh, turtle landing. But if there's one player who can save these, it's Simo. Lines up, saves it. Nicely done. Hey, Rolly. Guys, relax, okay? Let the guy get the water guard, yeah? Stealth as well, yeah, has a lot of hours, that's true. Timo into floor 9, no issue. Has been getting so much better on the ice stuff on floor 10, honestly. Let's see if this run also makes it there. Not too much left on floor 9. Very clean line here, air brake timing. Clean landing onto the beam. I feel like Simo has picked up these sections so well. I feel like it almost looks easier than like floor 6 right now. Floor 7 has still kind of maintained the sort of choke point attributes. A lot of mistakes happen on that floor, but once you get to floor 8 and 9, the map gets quite a bit easier. It seems, at least. At the very least, maybe not easier, but at least more consistent. Well, we're waiting, but let's remember that the ice slide is very retryable. You can get back to the plastic and you can try it multiple times. So it's good that you will kind of get as many attempts on it as possible. You know, going here, and then if you're not comfortable with the line, you just go back, you go onto the plastic, you jump here, and you go back. Then you try again, and you try to find the best possible line you can get. I think actually finding like the perfect setup here, you can sort of like spam these attempts in, where you first take like high speed attempt, then you see like, okay, it landed here, and then you're like, okay, I'm gonna start 10 centimeters further, and then it lands a little bit closer to the edge, and that kind of stuff. So that's, I think, maybe the process there as well, if you go for that super clean landing. We will likely get an update of what's happening to Hazard in time, with a little bit of patience. I'm a little bit off, but this will be a very clean landing to the quarter pipe. Well, relatively. One of the best things about this section is that you have the recoverability. Floor 9 in general is pretty recoverable. We will again. Falling down. Oh. Seems like we've found the choke point of floor 15. Made the slide, but the dirt soup after his whack. Oh, do you have a streamable? It kind of looks like you will need to delay it. Hopefully it doesn't require brake taps. The slide is progress though. Uploading, gotcha. Thank you. And well done. Technically a wall record in some sense. Landing clean onto the middle point of that section. we care less of the height than, you know, the actual progress on the map. Attempting the zoop, yeah, is gonna be like pretty much the wild card. So earlier today, Bren was able to land the floor 15 ending ice section, but not clean. Wasn't able to attempt the actual ending of it. And now Hazard has been able to attempt that second half of that trick, but wasn't able to probably get the right line, I'm imagining. The line looks really weird to get, honestly. He moved back to 10. Has been to this floor dozens of times at this point, but the improvement is visible. Has been getting so much better at this. Okay. We will check the stream though. Let's check. Okay, so starting the jump from here, landing a little bit earlier. Third gear is there, right? And the jump, landing is clean, and then... Yeah, Yeah, no, the gear is kind of... It's maybe a little bit late, right? Like, this is still second, and then the third happens like right before the slide, right? It's very close. I suppose it works though. Like, the speed is there, the landing is clean. But yeah, this one. So we were talking about this earlier. Like, I wonder if it has to be the... If it has to be the 360. So brake taps into a 360. If it's like that, this is completely overcooked. So by 360, what I mean is that you exit the dirt sideways, and then the car will continue to spin, and instead of straightening the car to the left in the air, it will kind of continue to spin, land clean into the ice, and then like complete the 360, and then you jump straight, basically. Oh yeah, unfortunate landing as well. Unfortunate landing there. This looks so overcooked. I don't know a lot about the brake taps on these dirt zoops, but I do know that with brake taps you can increase speed pretty drastically. So you will be able to increase the speed, and potentially you can get the line, because it will be like a wider line, so potentially you can keep the dirt zoop going through the entire dirt section. But the thing is about these brake taps, so what you do is you enter in, but yeah, what Hazard is saying here, trust issues with brake taps because of how often I just slide out. Yeah, like how do you avoid the slide out? Timo got the spin? Oh, we can check in on that again. Yeah, but that is if it's calculated for the brake tap, then it has to be one brake tap, and it has to be like built to be very consistent, right? There's no way it's not. I don't know, can you realistically get like so much more speed from the ice slide that you don't need it? Oh, Simo, a little bit off, bouncing through. Is this gonna land on floor 9? Yes. Seems unrealistic. I agree. It would have to be 1 or 2 break taps on the end, because you have to be locked into the dirt zoop to be safe. So, do you think, Spotter, that it's gonna be like a spin? Like the dirt break tap 1 or 2, and then you spin 360, land on the ice? Like, it would kind of make sense why the landing is on ice, right? It would make sense that it's ice so that you can do the spin. So break taps into the spin landing, so that the ice doesn't eat your speed if you land a little bit like diagonally. That would make sense, like, otherwise you could use any other surface here, right? The fact that it's ice kind of communicates that. So, how it works is that you go from here, and then you turn the car sideways, and you brake tap, which extends the line, and you keep pressing accelerate and right, and the car will exit the edge here, and then it will keep spinning, because it's already kind of spinning, and it will land onto the ice after the spin, and you will jump here. If you have the brake tap, it would definitely be a spin, yeah. Makes sense to me. This makes sense to me, but it sounds so cooked. This sounds so cooked, because when you do brake taps, it's possible that you slide out of the thing. So what that means is that when you do the brake taps here, it's very possible that once you do the brake tap, the car will slide. So it's gonna go like this. You turn sideways, and then you go here. And the moment you brake tap, if you get the bad RNG, the car will basically just go like this. Now there is a fence here, luckily, and maybe you can retry this if you slide out from it. But... those brake taps are not safe. Would the second tap be right before jumping? Oh, Simo, interesting. A little bit of a missed air brake timing, it seems. Unusual. Is this landing possible? It's not possible. That is a tough one. Well. Okay. 4-5. I suppose. Bit of a rushed. Maybe on a long session. Hard to focus for. These long hours. For sure. I don't know much about dirt brake taps, honestly. So again, it's not gonna be Gorilla Grip, because Gorilla Grip is from ice to ice. It is when you go from one ice slide, and you have to start an ice slide into the other direction, and then you start the ice slide before the jump, and then you land into the ice slide, and you avoid it like a slowdown on the landing. It doesn't work dirt to ice. Gorilla Grip is extremely specific, and usually not a thing in most maps. There's no way a deep dim mapper would build Gorilla Grip into floor 15? That's true. Yes, I don't think so either. But having like a break tap dirt zoop is already kinda... I would have already said that, oh, there's no way there's gonna be this kind of a trick there. But it looks like there might be. Oh god. I feel that if... Okay, I think that if you can do the one break tap, and then it gets you off the dirt in the right angle, because it does extend the line, right? Then I think maybe you don't really need to do anything else. Maybe the one brake tap in somewhere like the middle will extend the line, the car exits sideways, and it kind of keeps turning. I don't know if you need to do two, but it could be. I'm not really sure. It's so hard to say. Do we actually have two ice spins, in a sense, on this map? Make sure to release the gas while backwards, so you jump further. We know from the floor 10 ice spin that there was no release intended, right? Like, you don't need to do the release. It was nerfed at some point, I suppose. So you don't need to, like, max out the floor 10 ice spin. I would imagine that you don't also need to max out this ice spin. Or, it's not really a spin, is it? It's just like a... Like, it's a spin, but not in the same sense. Had a bit too little speed to land smooth. I don't know if just having a smooth landing would be enough for the final jump. Yeah, so it could just be that maybe you don't even need to do the spin. Maybe you just need to get the clean landing with one brake tap. It kind of feels like the brake tap is the next step anyway. Oh, Juliano, unfortunately. Not quite the line. We go back to floor 5. Oof, well, maybe not there. Oh, what? Okay. Thank you for this pinball sequence. Deep dip 2. Alright, all the way down then, I suppose. That's... This map is pretty rough. This map is pretty rough. Juliano understandably jumps off the server after that. I would too. Has been putting in really good hours though. Is this the Twitch? I think it's this. Definitely go follow these players, putting in some solid grinds into the map. Elcon trying to get more floor 11 attempts going. Shmaniel has been streaming a little bit, but not playing on the server. But has made really good progress. Shmaniel 1475, which is floor 13. It's not quite on the shortcut just yet, but it is getting there. Matt has been doing nicely too, for sure. Oof. At the very least, the ice slide, the setup is retryable on 15 now. Nah, Matt's car skin is excellent. Elcon is the best on ice out of those three players. Virtual is very good as well, though. Maybe not. I guess maybe Moch can make the streamable if there is some into the wildcard clip. I feel like they would have put another 360 sign like on floor 10 if it was that, but maybe I'm just being naive. I mean, yeah, like we try to kind of read this in the sense what would the mappers think, right? And I kind of agree with you, like, but it's not an ice spin, right? Because like it is a 360 onto ice, but you don't really like ice slide into it, right? It's not really the same mechanic, so maybe they felt like it's not needed. I don't know. Like, I feel like the spin will kind of work on its own if you just kind of like press forward and right and do the brake tap off the edge. The car will kind of keep turning, and then you just let it turn, and hopefully it lands clean and hopefully it makes the jump. Or on the jump. Can't wait to see Kuba's validation on this floor, honestly. Oh, Elcon. Be landing this, unless it bounces again. No, it's fine. Timo getting another run going too. Kubas is a good everything player, I think. Do we know... Have the top pros now started playing privately? Not really like hiding strats, not in that sense. You have to stream the final run from start to finish, in its entirety. There's a deep Discord server, yes. No one will finish off stream. Don't think so. Players will know once they're ready to finish the map. I do think in the next week we might have our first finisher, yes. Okay, not getting the line here. Maybe the save is possible. It's pretty far from the ledge though. Yeah, it falls through the water. The water only carries through like halfway of this. It's kind of hard to see. You can't see it from below at all, but it's somewhere here. Yeah, that's where it begins on like this height. So if you fall below this, then you're in the air. You fall all the way down. So like the next like 7 days I could see a finish happening. I think the map so far is fine. Requiring these brake zoops on dirt is a bit much if it really is how you need to do it, but I mean, we've already had like ice spins and such, so I guess it's not super different from it. Floor 15, you know, it's just further away. It's harder to get practice, harder to get attempts in, but I think Simo said previously that Simo would be playing both Kakia and this map at the same time, but I'm not sure if that's like mathematically possible. but has been putting in the hours for sure. Let me do this thing real quick as well. Hello, Stephanie. Sim said today he realized 5 hours a day of this is just as productive as 15 hours. Yeah, at some point it's gonna be like that, you know? Like, when it's mostly about getting, like, god runs, you know? And not just smashing your head against the wall for as long as possible. I've noticed this in speedrunning as well. Like, usually doing, like, 4 to 5 hour sessions is just fine compared to doing like some ridiculous 10-hour sessions. Yeah, it kind of depends what the focus is, because if you have like a map where things are relatively easy, but you need to get repetition to be able to learn those things, then oftentimes doing the 10-hour sessions will be more efficient. But I think at this point it's not really about the repetition, it's about clearing everything and then also getting like a full focus attempt on the final jump that you have to do. So at this point I feel like reducing the hours a little bit will probably help, because you will be more rested as well when you sleep more, and when you kind of don't need to be so exhausted every day and don't need to think about this all the time, because you don't spend every single second of your day playing this map. So I think at this point, yeah, for a lot of players, like reducing the hours a little bit can be better. But when you're at the point where you're ready to finish the map, then we might see people push the hours up again, because then it's again the same thing where, sure, you need to do like full attempts to make progress, but at the same time you don't need to be consistent. All you need is that one run. You know everything that you need to do. You don't need to learn anything new necessarily. You understand, like, okay, this is how I finish the run, and at that point, the full focus hours, which is like 4 to 5 hours of your session, will be the most efficient usually. But you don't need to be efficient. You just need to get one run. So usually what it means when you get to like the 8 to 10 hour part of the session is that your consistency is terrible. But you don't need to be consistent, because you're not trying to learn things efficiently, you're trying to finish the map. And all that takes is that one run. And when you get to the floor 16, it doesn't matter how tired you are, you will get that adrenaline boost, and it will feel like you just, woke up, basically. So that's my own experience from, like, speedrunning perspective, anyway. I'm not gonna play the Kaki or cover it. It's a bit different sort of concept. And it's in the game that I don't play. I only play this game. Hello, Bikefish. I'd imagine the 2020 Kaki is a bit more popular. Like, thousands of players every time. I don't know the TMNF numbers, but yeah, I do think these days 2020 is probably more popular. The game is already more popular, of course, but yeah, I think the Kaki season as well. I have played this game for many thousands of hours. Simo, back to floor 9. Doing pretty nicely. What's your speedrun achievement you're proud of most? There was a map called Faith Improvises in Trackmania, which I finished in under 10 minutes. That's probably the mechanically most difficult run I've ever done. Back we go. Oh, really, Nileni? Impressive. Let's see. Maybe another run. 2 floors in. Keki does have a prize pool, yes. I think it's at like $1,000 total or something. I'm not 100%. I can, let me take the streamable thing and make it into the WaterGuard clip comment. Let me do it like this. Just real quick. $500 for a winner. Yeah. It's pretty solid still. But basically nobody's in it for the money, of course. There's a lot of history and prestige, and yeah, there's a trophy as well that you get. But where did it go? Okay, one moment. Timo back to floor 10, but I need to restart the bot. Has given up. No, you don't. Huh? Is it still not working? Work. Thank you. Right. Okay, there we go then. All right. Let's see then. You have been framed. It's virtuals. In virtuals channel, people were asking about the 66 hours thing, and entire chat was like, "It's a meme from SBVL's channel," and he was like, "Oh, that's where it's from." What? I think it literally originated from like virtual. Even Jumper didn't know where it came from. Oh my god. Alright. Well, Simo back into the spin. Sliding through. Spin timing a little bit too early. And unfortunately the plastic there bounces you around as you hit it. Oh, floor 7 maybe, but you still have those wet icy wheels, so it's gonna be floor 6, but no, the wheels. Oh, that's so painful. That's the problem, right? So the idea here is that you take the wet wheels, then you take the icy wheels, and now you have wet icy wheels. And the reason why that's a thing is because now you can go on plastic and it acts kind of like ice. It's from a mapper perspective, it's a way to avoid using custom items, which would increase the file size of the map too much. So you use wet ice plastic, and then it's kind of like ice, but you can use these kinds of ramps that don't exist in ice surface in the vanilla game. But the issue is, the problem is clearly that plastic also causes these bounces, right? So you bounce around, and now the other issue is that now that you bounce around and you land somewhere, now you don't have just icy wheels, which would be maybe manageable, but you have wet wheels as well, which means that when you land onto like floor 6 over here, you're unable to save that because the wet wheels take such a long time to get rid of. So yeah, it's very rough. Also, air control, yeah, for at least like a few seconds after getting airborne, you don't have air brake. It does activate eventually, but not initially. I can actually like try to show the timing. It's very unintuitive, very weird. So we have a pool. Frame drops. I have a couple. Doesn't seem to be a big issue. So, here's a wet plastic jump. So we get wet wheels, and then I jump, and I will not be able to air brake for a while, which is like stabilizing the car. But eventually it's going to be possible. So if I kind of, you know, jump like this and I hold brake, it's really hard to see from here actually. Maybe this kind of a jump. Jump like this. It was kind of like a, looked like an early air brake actually. Okay. I guess it works because we leave the water early enough. Maybe what we need to do is actually this. I can't remember exactly how this works because it's changed as well. This is not something that happens all the time. But here... Okay. I don't really know how to fully like test this as well. So here, like, eventually I will be able to air brake. This is super cursed, by the way. I could maybe do it like this. Is this doable? So here, like, eventually the air brake will do something, but yeah, wet wheel air time is also very strange. I don't really know a good setup for this. Quarter pipe? Maybe quarter pipe. No, it's... this is really hard to, like, do. But the main point is that you will eventually get air control, but it takes, like, a little bit of time. So going here... Eventually the air brake will work, but I can't create like, you know... Why is this so difficult to get like big jumps, right? Surely this does something. No! I need... like, proper... some kind of rotation going. Okay, this will work. You can see the air brake there. Like if I go without air brake, it will rotate a little bit longer. So after spending like a couple seconds in the air, you will be able to air brake, but it's kind of still weird air control. Right? Like if I just hold brake, you can kind of see the timing, right? Yeah, this is actually a good example. Alright, this works. So you can, if I hold brake, you notice that after like 2 seconds, the car stops rotating, right? So this is how water works. Right there. How long is it exactly? I think it's like 1.5 seconds or something. I don't know. It's weird. Oh well. I think less than 2 seconds, yeah. It was changed at one point, so it works kind of strangely now as well. So, like, during long falls, you will probably be able to do the air brake, but the issue there is always going to be that you still have the wet wheels, right? So, alright. So just to also jump in. If the players at the end don't want me to cast their runs, then I will respect that decision, though I would then ask those players if it's maybe possible that I will essentially just not show anything else than myself on the stream. So I would cast, but if you want to see the runs, those are always going to be on the player stream. That's like an compromise that maybe would work out, so that basically we make this like a radio show, and then, you know, nobody loses out on viewers out of the players if that's what they are like thinking about, right? So if the players ask me to not cast anything, then I will ask like, okay, are you fine with this? And if for some reason they're not fine with that either, I'm not really sure why they wouldn't be, then I mean, we'll see. But I feel like they would be fine with that because I feel like everyone wants to watch the run, right? That would make sense. And if I'm not using anyone's content on my stream, like whether it's spectating them on the server or anything, then yeah, it would be kind of strange to have an issue with that, I feel. So if it comes to that, then I will propose this. I have said this multiple times, and I will say it again. I've talked with the players before, and the players that I've spoken to feel like my style of covering this event has been valuable. They don't really have like an issue with this. I've asked if they do, and I've also said to the organizers that I would be fine not covering this event if they feel like it was a bad idea after all, if it somehow affects things. But I feel like people generally find this kind of educational style valuable, and I think there's a lot of viewers who wouldn't be following this event anymore at all if it wasn't for like the more sort of approachable way to get into this game, right? Because a lot of people are new to the game. They don't really like understand like what's happening here. Why is the car going backwards? Why can't you go forwards? I can explain it in a moment as well. So yeah, I don't think this is really something that people especially criticize. But if the players feel like, okay, well, when I'm doing the best run ever, I want to, you know, I want to have this on my stream, right? So that would be fine. I would respect that. So I don't think anyone has like issue with my coverage overall, but if they don't want to have anyone just like restreaming their runs or whatever, then I'll respect that as well. And then we can maybe do just the radio show type thing where you will go to whoever's stream to watch the run, and then we can commentate it over here. Thank you guys. Appreciate you. Bye. But yeah, I wouldn't really start like another drama cycle here. Doesn't seem necessary. If I weren't here, I wouldn't be watching anyone, so I think your coverage is very valuable. Thank you. I think there's many people like this. But yeah, like I can ask about this with top players, see what they feel like. And yeah. Things can be resolved. Thank you, Duboy. Slow day on the dip? Well, I mean... Bren tied the Walter Guard, Hazard had multiple attempts at the Walter Guard, so I don't know if it's such a slow day. A lot of players still trying to get those climbs going as well. Oh right, I promised to explain the backwards driving on floor 6. Thank you, Septex, as well. Yeah, like, I understand that there will always be people who will have opinions about things. But I'm a speedrunner myself, right? I've done grinds, and I do fully understand that the players have a much more difficult job than me, so I try to be as, like, player-centric with all of this as I possibly can. Because I respect anyone who's putting in so much energy into trying to clear this kind of a challenge. So, you know. So yeah, the backwards thing that I said I would explain. So, the reason why players need to go backwards here is because of these turbos. So when you have about 140 speed or more, the car will be able to go backwards over turbos, almost without nothing happening. A lot of backwards sections or backwards maps are forced to be played in backwards, simply with these kinds of turbos. So if you drive forwards, the turbo will affect you much more. You might go over it, but you will essentially slow to 0 speed. Whereas if you drive backwards and you have enough speed to do it, then you know, you do it all the way here. So there's actually another way to force backward sections as well, which hasn't been done here, which is that backwards the car has a higher turn rate. So you can turn faster, essentially. So another way, a bit more difficult but more creative way to force backward sections is to build such like tight turns that you would have to slow down into them when driving forwards because the car doesn't turn as fast. But then when you go backwards, you can clear it full speed. And then you can kind of, through those kinds of, like that kind of turn design, you can build a map that's faster to drive backwards, even without any turbos or anything like that. You got him going backwards, Zach? No, that was like a very surface level introduction. No one on the higher floors, but Simo has been getting to this floor 10 range a lot. Getting so much more practice on it as well. Thank you, Woodpecker, as well. Backwards is the best style. It's so incredibly difficult. It is one of the hardest styles to master, but that kind of increases its charm as well. Imo going for the shortcuts as well makes it work. So there's this tunnel section that you can skip by doing that. So basically, You can jump here, and Elcon I think is still doing this path, interestingly. And a lot of players who, you know, get into this floor for the first time do this as well. And then you go here, but Timo is already here because of the shortcut. So you don't skip anything like difficult, but it does save time, and when you get comfortable on this floor, why not save that 15-20 seconds? Timo's gotten to floor 10 64 times. Yeah, it's quite something. Kayan. See the flip. This ledge, by the way, forces the backwards driving. The backwards. The upside down driving. Yeah, Mitch, you're right. Like, if it's a radio thing, then it's going to be delayed. It's tough times, but what can you do? We'll see. Current Waltergard is in the... Well, I mean, it's in the Waltergard clip command. WR clip. Getting the blessing. And we go into the final turtle part. I don't play ads anyway, by the way, so feel free to use adblock on my stream. I only have the pre-roll ads, which means that if you enter the stream, you will get an ad. But yeah, Twitch doesn't allow you to disable those unless you run ads during the stream. Here we go. Twitch doesn't force you to do anything else but pre-rolls. I don't think so. At least I haven't heard of that. Hello, Piku. Timo not struggling at all with the turtle stuff. Probably has done a lot more turtling outside of this map. I don't know how far. Oh, the line is a little bit too close, but this will land into the pool, and we are here. How did you get that Hazard new clip? Hazard posted it here. Was off stream and not on the server, but posted the streamable afterwards here. This recovery, pretty fair. You know, like the whole floor 8, you have really good recoveries in general, so you can get back to like halfway point of the floor very often. A lot of pools as well. So, important floor to reach. And here we go, the jump up. I do freelance events production from time to time, and then I stream. Come on, the reset. Here we go. Back to the turtling. You can really see how comfortable someone is driving upside down based on how much they slow down. So here, Simo slows the car down a lot before going over this narrow part. And that is actually pretty difficult to do, because gaining the speed back, you need to really have a good muscle memory for how that works. it's difficult to slow down the car because you need to keep the momentum going for it to be drivable at all. If it ends, then it ends. The reset doesn't do anything. Usually it resets like effect blocks and things like reactor boosts, for example, but here it's just for the visuals, so I guess it kind of just looks nice in this green decoration style, basically. I think I read that statistics say that pre-rolls are more damaging to viewer count because people open up stream and insta-leave if there's a pre-roll. Sure, yeah, I believe that. My day's good, Buffa. What about yours? Into the quarter pipe. And line looks better this time. Floor 9 yet again. Ixon not doing too bad either. Floor 10 personal best. Slightly behind Simo. Ooh, that's a tough one to save. It manages. Floor 6 and 7 still huge choke points, honestly. Reset blocks can be on any surface. So there's like, for example, this turbo here, right below. This turbo is a dirt turbo. So you can have road turbos as well. In fact, we have one here. So this is road surface, tarmac, and then this is dirt turbo. So you can have all of these in different surfaces. Has anyone cleared floor 10 yet? We have cleared floor 14. Almost 15. Shmaniel has been doing pretty nicely. I think 2 days ago got to floor 13. Interesting how it's exactly the same height for Brennan Hazard. Down to the millimeter. Here we go. The higher jumps off this floor. Timo honestly has been doing really well though. Good air brake and another to stabilize the car, and then up we go. Jumping through. Oof. Do they also have effects of the ground they're on? Yes. So icy turbos will cause icy wheels as well. Hello, Anderson. Line. There we are. Hazard currently at 1346. Gotcha. That is in floor 12. I think. Well, getting to the 1100 meter mark soon. Couple more jumps and floor 10 will bring you there around the middle of the floor. 1400. Yeah, 1400 is floor 13, I'm pretty sure. So Bren was able to get to floor 15, the tricky ice section there. Timo doing different tricky ice sections, but right now Bren has made it to the dirt here. Tried this ice, tried the jump, landed but clipped the landing, so wasn't able to actually chain this. So Hazard got here as well, and after a few attempts was able to get an ice slide line with the third gear and landing clean onto this, and then tried to chain this with the dirt zoop that we are gonna see Simo do here. Same technique right there. So that's what you need to do, but didn't get enough speed. You can check the WR clip comment. What we were thinking about seeing that after we saw it was that you need to do a brake tap, and the brake tap essentially gives you a speed boost during the dirt flick zoop thing. Now, you might be asking like, well, why aren't people already doing it here, right? Why wouldn't you already do it on this part? But the problem is that, one, it extends your line, which is actually good on floor 15, because it will be sort of like pushing you more towards the ice landing. So the extended line would be bad here on floor 10, but it's actually not bad at all on floor 15. But the other very bad thing about it is that when you do the brake tap, you have a chance of sliding out. Kind of like you can slide out from an ice slide if you get like a bad gear shift. It's a very similar thing, but it happens on dirt instead. So what that essentially means is that the car will kind of just go backwards as you do the brake tap. If it goes right, it will not. It will not go backwards. It will increase the speed, probably getting like a little bit more grip and essentially get like a short speed boost. But yeah, there's a fence, so you have a chance to save it, and maybe you can find some route to get back and try it again. But unless it's built ridiculously well, the brake tap can be kind of like 50-50, a coin flip. Even less chance. So that's the issue, and I guess that's gonna be the next attempt as well, to do that brake tap, and then kind of spin in the air, land on the ice, hope it lands clean, and then getting through. Simo getting another ice spin here, really increasing the consistency. Of course, it's old news at this point. Simo probably more than 10 times through the spin, but can really see the progress here. Probably have to chain it from the first drop down onto ice. Yes, the entire thing is a chain. 100%. So basically, when you have this ice slide here, from here you're chaining all of this, landing clean, carrying the speed, doing the zoop, and landing over here, jumping here. I don't really want to create the sample track because it would be very close in this case to the actual trick. So I can show, let's watch Simo's run. I can show a replay from a map that I created that ended up having the trick. So you can kind of see the brake tap effects. It's a different situation, but I feel safer showing that than building something myself. The final jump is a quarter pipe jump, straight up. Building speed in a circle before that. You go around the circles here on the side, and then you jump up, hope you reach this height. the height of this red light there. That's the finish. A big fall down if you miss. Hi, Luca. I've never played before, could barely get past first 3 jumps in half an hour. Yeah, it puts things into perspective. The map is so much harder than it looks. Well, Simo now has the wet icy wheels that we've been talking about, so we'll need to play on this plastic the same way as you play on ice. So even though the surface changes, the gameplay with the wet icy wheels is basically the same, so... Needs to ice slide across. Oh, it's a little bit off. Is it gonna land on floor 9? No, slightly misses it. Oh no, that's a big fall. All the way down. Struggling with this plastic slide right there. Okay, we have a little bit of a breather here at least, so let me... This is an absolute terrible map. And I will not go into what this map is, because it's complicated, but... We have the water court here. And in this very beginning, you will notice that we have this ice slide, and you slide on the ice, and as you enter the dirt, you're going to start the zoop. And here, Tato, the guy playing, does a couple brake taps here. You can see it on the inputs. And increases the speed. I think it's just one brake tap actually. And then you exit the line and then you go into here and things happen. But what it looks like is this. So you can see this speed boost, right? It's like kind of subtle, but it's pretty significant. That small like increase in speed there. That is essentially what we're talking about. If I put it to half speed over here, you can see that like increase there. Was it 2 taps? Yeah, okay. But the issue with that is that it just basically has the high risk of sliding out. It's kind of like a bug slide, yeah. It's different, like, because you need to do brake taps. On bug slides, you're holding brake, right? So in that sense, it's a little bit different. I was already at 1553. Okay. That is, I think, either the end of floor 14 or potentially the beginning of floor 15. Also, it is not streaming and also not on the server, so we are getting height updates only. I have Diffnor, yeah. the planet speedrun. Impressive. The end to finish section is basically just the final jump. It's fairly simple. There's really no speed checks or anything. There's like one jump there that looks like, you know, it's a little bit tough, unfortunate line for Sammy. So when you get to this point here, where is it here? This is where it begins. This blue flag here, that is the beginning of the end to fin section. So you jump here, this jump looks very simple, and then you go around the circle, no speed checks or anything, and then you get speed here, and you jump over here. The only risk here would be like somehow landing upside down, but it looks like it's probably fine. And then you climb here, and if you're just careful, you should be fine. Of course, you know, it can be a little bit scary, but I feel like this kind of a line is not really that bad at all. And over the beam, you just need to be like very careful, right? And then you have the final jump. So it's not really super, it's not really like a floor at all. Players need to live stream their final attempt in its entirety. I can go through the entire floor 16 at some point again. We've been kind of going through it multiple times already, so maybe in a little bit, but mainly there's like a couple tricky sections there. I think some of the parts will probably not be huge problems, some parts will be huge problems. Is floor 16 the most difficult floor? It's hard to say, because watching it is one thing and then actually playing it is another thing, right? Like, no one has attempted anything there, so it's difficult to really say. Hello, Swamp Turkan. $15.86, okay. Would be really exciting to see how the break tap idea works. Was the hardest part to wildcard height so far? On the entire map, I feel like floor 7 and 11 have remained like the biggest choke points, but of course there's like very difficult sections on like floor 15 now as well. But I think floor 11 is very tough, mainly because you have really bad recoveries there. Which players who might have the chances to reach floor 15 and 16 have the best skills to clear them? I feel like all of them know exactly what to do. Or well, I mean, all of them have the skill set to like be able to do the techniques that are required. Elkhorn is probably the best one on ice, most likely. 1600 meters. What could that height be? I think it's definitely floor 15, but like which point? It might be the dragon, yeah? Is the dragon the 1600? Going through here? Over here? It could be this one. I think it almost has to be, because this is... Oh, dragon is 1628. Okay, gotcha. So, I mean, it could be the water here, unless Hazard didn't reach the... I did. Oh well. Oh well, let's just wait and see. People are only looking at the height right now. 1652, okay. So that's getting closer. Well, ouch. Maybe on the planets, the rings. There a way to speed up a ghost in meter tracker for GPS? You can use the time block. Like in-game media tracker, I'm not 100%, I can't remember off the top of my head. It does seem like the planet section, the rings, they're very tough. Have not quite enough speed here. Have also has a lot of time put into this. World record holder on Deep Dip 1, by the way. And I think eventually might get the world record on this map as well. Would definitely believe that the grind will be there eventually. But yeah, right now we're kind of focusing on trying to get through the map. So, out of the entire tower, we've reached this point over here. There's about 10% left. We see the ice slide right there. There's the crown. They fit on the same screen now. Wild. It's wild. World record means, yeah, the best, like, speed run on the map. So you have the first clear, and then you have the eventual world record time. Oh yeah. Also trying to get those attempts into the ice slide again. Halfway through the second last section of floor 15 right now. Or today, earlier today. Hopefully getting there again. Thank you, Luca, for the 400. Appreciate it a lot. You still think the floors are getting progressively harder? Not entirely. Like, it's difficult to say because everyone has a different skill set. Players are clearing, you know, different floors at different pace. So it kind of depends on what your own skill set is. For some players, the ice will be much easier than for others. I think overall, though, yeah, the map is getting, like, more difficult overall. So, like, the first half of the map is definitely much more forgiving than the second half of the map. But it's like every floor harder than the previous one. That depends. Not really entirely like that. I feel like floor 11 is still like a huge choke point. Mainly because when you make mistakes on like floor 14, you can usually just like get back, right? There's so many pools, so many recoveries on floor 14. And 15 as well has like a bunch of recoveries. But floor 11 has like almost nothing. So that already makes it more punishing if you make any mistake. Do you think it's getting harder mentally speaking? For sure, yeah. I mean, you're always going to be more nervous and more emotionally attached to a run that makes it to floor 15. And yeah, even if every single floor was literally the same floor, same difficulty exactly, the second floor would always be harder than the first one because you need to do the first floor to get to second floor. Getting some runs going now. EB for Have would be floor 9 halfway point, and it's just a 1,000-meter mark. It's pretty nice to be able to get there. So the reminder that you are halfway through the challenge. Oh, does clip the landing. before the dirt a little bit and slides out of the wall right, unfortunately. But onto floor 5. We'll be able to continue from there. Elcon also falling down from floor 7, I believe. But again, also able to continue. The floors after 11 are easier for me than the middle part of 11. Yeah, that's what I think as well. Do you feel like 7 is still like a little bit more dangerous than like 8, 9 and 10 as well? Because it definitely looks that way. Seven just likes to fail randomly for no reason. Yeah, I guess that's it. So maybe not like more difficult, but like more dangerous in a sense. And the problem with 16 is going to be that the recoveries there are so bad as well. So it's like similar to 11 in a sense. Because when you fall down from, for example, this dirt wall right thing, like if you fall all the way, like where are you gonna land? Land on like a steep slope somewhere, like here, you're gonna just bounce away, right? On one of the crystals, you're probably gonna bounce away here as well. Like you drop in from very high up, and you will hit one of these crystals in like a weird angle, and you will fall off the map. So, like floor 12, for example, has a lot of flat ground specifically that you can land to, so that the car doesn't bounce away from the tower. But it's pretty brutal with like floor 16 saves, because floor 13 looks so miserable to fall down onto. It's even like, you know, you would have floor 8 below, which is like the halfway point, right? It's not that bad, but how are you gonna fall through floor 13 into floor 9 or floor 8? But there's only a couple holes here that you could maybe fall through, and everything else is gonna be like some cursed bounce from these crystals. So it's looking similar to floor 11, where if you fail something on floor 11 over here, you're most likely to fall onto one of the downhill snow or ice sections on floor 10. So, you know, how are you gonna save that? It's way too slippery, you can't just bounce away and keep falling. So, it's very sort of punishing. Which floor is mapped the best, in your opinion, as a mapper? I feel like considering the restrictions, all of them are built well overall. I don't know if I really have a favorite. I really appreciate the themes on certain floors. Like floor 10 is super cool, like thematically. I like the tilted design of floor 4. Floor 3 looks visually really nice. But yeah, like there are some occasional landing bugs and stuff that you need to avoid. So, yeah. Hobbit to the ducks. The water comment is after Brent's attempt, so this is the most up-to-date run we have. My least favorite floor? I don't really have one. I feel like every floor serves its purpose. Maybe I would add more recoveries to floor 7 and 11. But I don't think the floors themselves are that bad, you know? It doesn't really have anything to do with the floors. Because a lot is based on like the entire design, right? Floor 9 would also be very rough if it didn't have floor 8 below it. Do you know what went wrong in the last jump by Hazard where he failed? Well, we were kind of talking about it after seeing it, and the current theory is that you need to do the brake tap zoop on the dirt to get enough speed. Oh, not getting a clean landing. I mean, there was a zoop, but you can increase the zoop speed when you brake tap. It's just dangerous to do the brake tap. But yeah, I mean, it requires another attempt to see how it's gonna work. How much time do you think it would take to finish the map if there was one checkpoint after each floor? If there was like 16 or 17 checkpoints on this map, it would probably be finished in one day. Someone would just do like one, you know, 8 to 10 hour run and would just finish. Well, a lot of players still trying to get those runs going. Timo has been to floor 10 multiple times through the ice spin as well. So now just trying to get another run going to floor 11. Brent's at 4 hours with checkpoints. Yeah, I mean, that sounds likely. I don't really know, because I feel like some of the tricks are pretty tough to figure out still, but yeah, maybe 4 hours. When you can always restart from the beginning of the floor, like, it's, yeah, so much easier. Don't think it would take more than 3 hours for a first finisher if there was a checkpoint on each floor. Okay, yeah. Fair enough. Yeah, like, at the end of the day, the challenge of this map is not doing the hardest tricks in the game ever. But it is to do, like, 500 difficult tricks in a row without making mistakes, right? That is the difficulty of this. So the main challenge comes from the fact that everything is so unbelievably difficult to learn. When you need to climb for like 45 minutes just to try something one time, and then you fall all the way down, and then you need to like try to learn as much as you can from that one attempt. That's the difficulty. Not really the tricks themselves, but just the inefficiency in learning everything. And it's kind of incredible that on day 26, players are still pushing and trying to finish this one in this way. Did anyone ask Kubas why he made the ice flick such a hard speed check? I'm not sure what kind of an answer you would like out of that. Like, you know, the map is what it is. And also, I don't think Kubas would commentate much on the floor before it's cleared, at least. But I would love to see Kubas validation on that floor, and I think we will see it after the event. It is day 26. Yeah, the answer would likely be XDD anyway, so you know. Or was it LOL? Okay. It's a little bit different. Every mapper has a different go-to emote. Jumper is using I don't think 2 to 3 days is enough to finish the map. I think a week might be. Floor 13 is also gonna be interesting to hear about. You heard it took Kubas 55 hours to validate that floor. God damn. Hello, Ale. No, Lama, you're thinking of floor 16. We're talking about floor 15. I'll try to get some like interview type stuff going after I think the event at this point with the mappers. Would be super cool. Would be cool to especially see the first versions of the floors after the event, see like what kind of changes were made. Because what I'm hearing is that a lot of things were nerfed. Well, Elkon and Simo getting those runs going, but need to go through floor 7 to get to that safety spot in a way. I think my guess is that there were mostly just nerfs. I don't know if anything was buffed. I truly believe that almost every change that was done was to make the map easier. Mappers have a tendency of overcooking. And, yeah. This version already looks pretty cooked. Some lateral changes too, oh yeah? Can you say, Dundi, was anything on the map, without being specific, was anything made like harder than the initial version? I'm curious. Simo has made it to the half pipes, I think, on 11. I'm not sure. Maybe still on the plastic, or no. Simo has made it to the half pipes for sure. Yeah. Wait, no. 11. I'm thinking of the wrong floor. It has to be pretty much in the beginning. What I do know is that this part here, this part where you go into the half loop, this is on the first third of the floor. This one is like 1250 height. So 1176 is going to be like somewhere in the pretty early sections, basically somewhere around this area, most likely. Maybe it's this jump. Not on purpose, at least. Okay, yeah. So everyone overcooked. Got it. Yeah, I didn't build anything for this map. I was working on other projects at the time. Since he failed the ice turn, I won at the end on floor 10. Earlier today, yes. But the personal best is on floor 11. Bouncing through, then the turbo tunnel. Still seeing the two struts being used. So one is taking high initial speed Looks like Simo is going for that. Not really high initial speed, but still some speed. But now needs to save this, the car stops the momentum. So now actually shows the other strat as well. So lines up against the plastic, slides through. So there we see both of the strats. Thanks to Simo. Thank you, Clips, for the 8. And hello, hello. Ooh, a little bit of fun. Flipped landing, but it works out fine. I wasn't asked to build for this map. I could have taken part in the public mapping competition. I think the floors needed to be less than 3 minutes long. Oh, Simo chaining this. Oh, it's not gonna work though. But fortunately, at least lands here, and you can get back to the beginning of the floor from there. Interesting, interesting. Maybe getting like an uncomfortable landing, knowing that it wouldn't be savable by braking. I'm not quite sure. Or maybe that's just the strategy. But it seems safer still to kind of go here and take the speed and then jump. We have seen people like find some seemingly riskier strats when playing the practice floors. So actually there's some news about that as well. There's a new practice floor out since last night too, which is practice floor 9. And I don't think it's a huge difference to any top players. Floor 10 would probably be like the best best practice floor to be out right now. But ultimately floor 9 seems pretty consistent for most of these competitive players anyway. But it is out. You can practice it. Maybe you can find some strats, some cuts even, who knows. Ten consistency kind of depends on the player. Oh, Elcon not getting the jump far enough. Is it gonna grip? No, falls through the water. Well, actually, not the worst idea there. Trying to kind of turn around and continue from floor 6, but yeah, it's not going to work this time. Such a punishing section. All these tricks here. Simo gets the transitions though. Back to the ice tunnel. Any actual cut found in practice floors? Some fairly small ones on floor 2, I suppose. Like, you know, you can like skip a couple landings in a sense. Kubas has a pretty wild run there, but not really like shortcuts in the sense that it would skip like a section. Oh, unfortunate for Simo, the car turns, and if you're no longer sideways through these turbos, they will affect you, so... Simo also back to floor 3. It's such a brutal floor to make these mistakes on. There's a plastic bounce on floor 3. Start. Oh yeah. We can take a look at floor 9 practice floor. So here it is. Strawberry cheesecake. Rioter's floor. Tally has the record. Interesting start line. Oh wow. That is not the strategy that anyone does on the map, chaining these two jumps. Oh, but this bounce is something that we did see Kubas do. Kubas, we noticed on one run, did this bounce that you kind of like hit the car on this platform, and you sort of bounce from there, and you don't have a need to like air brake at the specific time with this. You kind of land a little bit further with that. I don't know if it's safer or anything. I don't know if it was like a mistake or you know, just like a lucky thing that happened at that run, but maybe it could be intentional as well. I'm not sure. Could I not? Yeah, there was a floor 5 skip as well. It's probably in the world record, so... It's true. And you know, floor 13 we can say has multiple shortcuts, but at this point it looks like they are intentional. The floor is supposed to have shortcuts. More like a pathfinding challenge rather than meant to be like a clearing all these tricks type of floor. With a clean landing here. Thank you, Asios, for the raid. Hope you had a great stream. Oh yeah, you have the voice lines on the segments as well. And then the landing up here. It's a very strong run. We don't really see too many differences to full runs though. I feel like our players are very confident on this already, so it doesn't really change all that much, right? It's a cool floor. So floor 5 indeed probably has the shortcut in the beginning. Can I hit this beam? Yeah. Landing here. This is not something that anyone does on a full run. So it's not like a huge shortcut. Doesn't transform the floor or anything. But it's kind of cool. Not intentional, I would imagine. So there's one. Oh yeah. Floor 7. Still one of the tough ones, for sure. Kind of, yeah, the floor 2 start is kind of, you know, small shortcut, I suppose. Yeah, that's the thing, like, you're never gonna see these players go for shortcuts on the full runs that don't skip anything difficult, unless the shortcut itself is also, like, easy for them to do. This floor, yeah, pretty much intended with, like, a little bit of differences in the lines, like, taking slight setups differently to get to the next section a bit faster, but... There's no floor 10 map. Floor 9 is the furthest one. I'm honestly thinking that we might not even see floor 10 practice floor until the end of the event. Because it feels like players are getting fairly close. So this is the segment run of floor 7. Giving like a speed run sort of context for this floor. So the organizers are releasing practice floors. Kind of like looking at every day like, okay, is it time to release the next one? And is it necessary? Is it gonna help the players? Right now we have from floor 0 all the way to floor 9, which was released a day ago. So those you can practice on. But I don't think it really like makes a big difference. Why wouldn't floor 10 be released? I just don't think it's necessary. You know, I feel like we might see someone get to the final jump before before, you know... I guess it could be that, you know, between the first finisher and the second or third finisher, we are gonna see a couple more practice floors. That's maybe a possibility. But yeah, I just don't think it's really... For the competition, I don't think it's that necessary right now. It wouldn't really change anything. So after the event is over, they will release all the practice floors. Plus a checkpoint version of the full map. But like during the events, they are kind of like releasing things one by one. Thank you, Dodge, for the Prime. Hello to police. Do you by chance know if any of the top players even used the practice floor so far? Yeah, I mean, we've seen some players on the segments, yeah. Like Lars was at some point on like floor 6 or 7 practice floor leaderboard, I think. Yeah, the segment runs are not really optimized right now, but it's interesting to see that some players are going for these kinds of runs as well. Thank you, Colton, for the Prime as well. Appreciate it. Yeah, Tommy has been grinding them a lot, and actually, Tommy on like floor 8 does a lot of those speedrun stats, even on full runs, thanks to that practice. So it can help some players. I just don't think it really transforms like the competition, right? When we're talking about 3 people finishing the map, right? And someone asked what this whole thing is about. It is about starting from the ground floor. This is the start line over here. And you try to climb all the way to the top. And the problem is that there's no checkpoints, and everything is difficult. So when you make a mistake, you fall down, and if you're unlucky, you fall down all the way and need to restart your run. Currently, we're on day 26. The goal is literally just to reach the finish line, which you do by taking this jump up the quarter pipe, and you reach this height, the height of the red light here. And if you finish first, now you have your name in Deep Dip history, and you also win around $15,500. Second player to finish, over $9,000. I swear I didn't mean to do the meme. And third place, a bit over $6,000. So it's looking like the prize pool is still increasing a little bit. Could be a little bit more towards the end as well. Tommy, not the best ever fall there, unfortunately. You hope that you don't land upside down, but keeps happening. Keeps happening to everyone. I don't really know like an average time to get to floor 40. Probably more than half an hour though. Like definitely more than half an hour. How many jumps are in total in Deep Dip 2? You can count. Let me know. Let me know in 3 days. $727, is this accurate information? Don't think anyone is honestly there for the prize pool at this point. A lot of these players really care mostly about the personal achievement of being able to finish this kind of like a massive challenge. About 66 jumps. Oh, cool, thank you. Highest prize pool in Trackmania was Ascension, which was it was like I think 3 different events that all had like pretty sizable prize pools, and yeah, the overall prize pool was like 100k plus, 127. took 66 hours to count the jumps. That might be pretty accurate. No, probably a little bit less. Ixon looking to maybe get those floor 10 runs going as well. Let me do this as well. Not sure how much Ixon streams, but still, it's cool to follow this journey with the players. Lars has joined the server too, but not yet driving. Elcon seeming to take a break as well. Lars overall has been having pretty good success in the last week as well. Top 3 right now is Hazard and Bren trying to clear the next section. Oh, Ixon will recover that. But Hazard has technically gotten a little bit further at clearing that section. It's the second last part of floor 15. Lars is right now roughly in the first third, at the end of the first third on floor 15, like close to the halfway point of floor 15. Elcon, I believe, still at the very final part of floor 14, and then everybody else is a little bit further. Floor 13 mainly. Virtual, Scrappy, and Schmanil all there. Trying to get to floor 14, Virus floor. But yeah, our top 3 are also the only ones on floor 15 right now. Lars is playing now, so we'll see how this develops. The Elcon cut on floor 13 is really great. It's also more risky, but it's super cool. And Elcon also has done the actual, like, intended way, even if it's like a bait way, because the shortcuts do seem to be very intentional at this point. But Elcon has done the wall right part anyway. This ranking is for every Trackmania player. You can play this map in solo as well. You don't need to be on this specific server. This is mainly the server that our top players are playing on. Whitelist server. Did the wall ride say well done? I'm not sure. Actually, I don't think it said anything. There could be someone not using the plugin and the leaderboard could be outdated because of that, for example, but mostly I think it's fine. Anyone that's not streaming close to the top 20? Some stream pretty occasionally, I suppose. Depends how you count it, but pretty sure everyone in top 20, or maybe, I don't know about Bijans, for example, I don't know about Tres either. But pretty much everyone else has been streaming at least a little bit. Tres is a very good Khaki player and mapper. Not really comparable. It's a different kind of a challenge. I wouldn't dare to rank those two. Flip off the wall ride. It's somewhere. I don't have it at hand. I don't really know if there's any console players. The console experience is of course like a little bit of a discount experience because you can't use the plugin because you're on console, and you can't play on the server because you're on console. But yeah, can I play Shallow Dip on PS5? Yes, you can. But you can't play on the servers that you have in the Deep Dip Club. So you can play the map, you can load it in solo. There's like a campaign on the Deep Dip Club that has the Shallow Dip as well. But you can't unfortunately use the plugin to track the height, and you unfortunately also can't join the servers at all. Should be possible to like play the map though. Oh, Shallow Dip has Nadio servers? Oh, interesting. Okay. Well, then you can play on those servers, yeah. The only thing is that you can't play on dedicated servers, which this one, for example, is a dedicated server, meaning that the players are hosting the server instead of Nadio. Yeah, okay, Zero. That's good to know. Well, yeah, if there are Nadio hosted rooms for this map, then, or for Shallow Dip, then no problem. So yeah, basically two ways to host servers in this game. One is that you just click room and then it will be hosted by the developers, kind of like an automatic way to set up the server. Or you can host it on your own dedicated server and then connect it to your game account and do it that way. The benefit of doing it with a dedicated server is that not only do you have more control over like the uptime and the settings on the server, but you also can set things like whitelists and such that you cannot set for the Nadio rooms. Do the creators of Deep Dip get benefits from Nadio? I don't know about Nadio, but there is a fundraiser that has received quite a few donations. The comment is in the title, if you want to check that out. Prize pool also is crowdfunded, but it's a different fundraiser. Love the work you're doing. Thank you. Yes, guys. Rooting for Virtual over here, but the other four are killing it. The Virtual has been climbing back closer to the others pretty nicely. Just needs to get through floor 13 and pick up floor 14 pretty quickly to actually catch up to the others. Because, you know, the 2-floor gap right now between Virtual and the Hazard and Bren, that one is a little bit... That one's a lot, yeah. There are tricky floors. Hi, Roa. The voice lines come from the plugin, but it's actually an interesting system where there is an in-game backup that they have for the voice lines as well. So on console, even though you can't use the plugin, you can still hear the voice lines. It's just gonna be like a little bit different because it doesn't come directly from the plugin. So it might be lower volume, but they have done like this plugin system where it's kind of connected to the map stuff, so that, yeah, even without the plugin you can hear the voice lines. Very good design. And not so easy to do. Here we go. Ixon getting that floor 9 attempt going. Getting closer to a personal best. Floor 9, fairly recoverable. So I think at this point the players probably relax a little bit more after getting through the floor 8 turtles, because oftentimes you can skip them even if you make a mistake and fall from this floor. Really surprised the turtles haven't been cut. Were they supposed to? Oh, this line is a little bit to the right, but will hit the left wheel onto the white part of the beam. And that is really, really crucial, because the point of this beam is to stop your momentum, right? So if you hit it like this, it's gonna full stop you, no problem. But if you hit it on the side here, then you might just bounce away and fly like here, and then now it's a disaster and you need to go to the snake and back to floor 7. So yeah, this turbo landing, one of the most important parts to get right on this floor. Lars getting those runs together as well. Only personal best on floor 15, so it takes a while. Oh, Ixon! Now that is unusual, I will say. A little bit anticlimactic, perhaps. But, you know, it happens. It happens. Need to remember that the players are tired. Plastic has surprising acceleration, and yeah, it's hard to stay on full focus all the time. It could have been, I suppose, some weird case where you kind of don't get the grip as you're accelerating. I didn't really pay attention to the inputs there. That's possible. There's weird stuff. Weird stuff, for sure, but yeah. At the very least, floor 6 at the very end. Not too bad. Oh, Mudda did as well? Oh, that's unfortunate. It is strange though, because Plastic does accelerate pretty fast, and yeah, it's easy to have these kinds of things happen to you. Could have lagged out or something too, yeah. Yeah, it's gonna be a break tap, Roa. It almost has to be. So it is the same flick as on floor 10, but you add a break tap to it to increase the speed and widen the line. I don't really see any other way. So that's probably gonna be the next thing to try. Yeah, well, we'll wait. Maybe Hazard can get there again. No. Guess I can play Shallow Dip on split screen with my brother on PS5 then? I'd imagine so, yeah. On your channel through virtual straight. Love the educational style. Thank you. And yeah, feel free to ask if you're wondering about something. Also. Hazard didn't stream, but posted the streamable himself here. Ixon. Back to floor 7. Trackmania Turbo is a different game. This one is called just Trackmania or Trackmania 2020. The naming scheme is kind of, yeah, confusing. I think on Steam it might be Trackmania. I'm not sure. Can also get it on Ubisoft Connect. You will need to... Like, the launcher works through Ubisoft Connect anyway. Ixon was the third player to finish Deep Dip 1, by the way. And, you know, if the grind is there, could be finishing this map as well eventually. Clean landings here. We see Lars there doing the plastic. Looks like a good enough line. It's gonna be on the edge exactly. Oh, barely lunch. Final jump here. And it works. Do you think anyone below floor 12 still has a chance of finishing in top 3? Yes, but it requires like a really efficient, really good grind. Like, you need to go all in at this point, and you need to do like... You need to make progress like every day. Who has impressed you the most so far? I'm not sure if there's really like anyone who I didn't expect to do as well as they are doing. But I feel like oh, Ixon, a little bit too far there. This landing is so punishing as well, showing these like inexistent recoveries on floor 7. Imagine if the beam landing had like a pool below it on floor 7. Imagine. Manuel, not really, but Semifying, yeah, the grind and attitude from Semifying has been really, really impressive and inspiring. But I feel like also Simo's dedication of learning the ice techniques on this specific map has been kind of crazy to follow. And it has worked out as well. Tried making one, but nothing fits with Tech Explorer. We're gonna see Lars do it again. Yeah, it's just brutal that your only landing here is this. Maybe like a pool in this corner would be something, right? So you could at least have like a safe landing whenever you failed the beam. Lars does make it though. There we are. I added so many saves over the whole tower. It's appreciated. I feel like most of them have been used more than once. Lars going for the shortcut. Oh, this is a little bit on the edge. Oh, the car's floating a little bit in Spectator, but... Well, Lars has made it. So not too bad. Gets the timing into the second turtle. And now you go. Now you go through all of this. I feel like the difficulty is fine. You will know if the difficulty is too much if the players get bored. They're not bored. They can sometimes be frustrated. They can feel defeated at times, but they're not bored. That is the biggest danger when you're building like a very difficult challenge. That players don't quit because they're frustrated or like feel like they can't do it, but because they feel like there's no point because it's so boring. Because you know, at some point it just turns into that. No, you can get bored in the early floors, but not on the grind. They still want to finish the map. There we are. Run has been blessed. And here we go. I think some are waiting for the practice maps. Yeah, some that are not like in contention for the top 3, yes. For sure. Like, for a lot of players, they would like to finish this map, but practicing tricks on like floor 14 is so inefficient that, you know, not everyone everyone is up for that, you know. It really feels like it can get pretty brutal, right? By bored, you mean because it's just way too hard, so you get uninterested? Yeah, basically. You don't care about the achievement anymore because it feels so overkill. It feels so, like, manufactured to be as difficult as possible that you just say, like, okay, well, this doesn't really mean anything anymore. That's kind of it. The leaderboard only counts players that use the plugin, so console players wouldn't show up there. Don't think there's really many that are very high, though. There's only a few console players that I think have shown the skill level to be able to do very difficult stuff, like Rotcat being one, for example. There's probably others too, I'm not super familiar with the scene, but yeah, probably like almost every player who is on like a competitive level is gonna playing on PC. Oh, that's awesome, Devin. No worries. Air brake works nicely. Lars getting towards floor 10. A little bit of an easier part of the map now. Lars also not really setting up for this part in particular. Going for the jump up. It's not a very big speed check. This one is a little bit more challenging though. In the line to the right. Landing in. There we are. Ixon. Getting back up as well. Halfway through floor 6, maybe a little bit more so. But Lars also doing a Neo slide here. On controller. Can be a little bit more comfortable doing those on keyboard. But, of course, it's not impossible to do on controller at all. And then this slightly interesting line. Very high line, very early landing, but it's really good speed when Lars makes this work, and there we go. Closure to floor 10. There's a bunch of players who play with keyboard. Currently, Hazard, Elcon, Virtual, Simo play with a keyboard. Bren, Lars, Scrappy, I don't know about Schmanil actually. Skandir play with controller. Mada plays with the wheel these days. Has recently, or recently switched away from controller. Bernardi also plays with wheel, yes. Bernardi actually switches to keyboard on floor 8. Mada does the upside down driving also with wheel. The Neo Slide is essentially a way to start a drift below 200 speed. It's like a small input combination that you need to do to force the drift to actually happen. I was talking about it yesterday a little bit, but basically you do like a small release on the steering just before pressing brake to start the drift, and then you steer again. And you can force like a low speed drift. Wheel can have some advantages on like smooth steering elements. Like for example, there's these other cars that you can play in the game, rally and snow car that were added to the game starting from last November. So you can get a bit better results because those cars require smooth steering to get the best speed out of turns. So Wheel can be really good at that kind of stuff. Lars, not the greatest line here, but does kind of force that jump there. The main thing about this jump... Where am I going? Oh, Lars already going. Okay, whatever, let's watch the spin then. Gets the second gear, spin timing, jumping in, landing, there we are. Hold on. So, the main thing about this pipe jump is that you want to actually jump. So you want to go from here to here, getting much more height than going to the left side and falling here. So you don't want to drop down, you want to specifically jump. And that kind of a line will be pretty decisive. The speed matters much less. Then the half pipes. Turnaround timing, really important. Getting the air time. No need for wiggles, gets a clean enough landing. Trusts the plastic to do its thing. And we keep going on floor 11. Pretty much everyone's chaining all of these sections now. Doing a pretty good job at it as well. We're planning to visit XP Evo, not this year. Clean landing here, good line, and lands on the uphill as well. Then the half loop. Looks to be a clean landing. There's a recovery if you missed that, so... This particular section, not so punishing on this floor, but everything else afterwards is very punishing, so now you don't want to fail anything anymore. Pretty much. Now the high jump. Setting up next to the light. And jumping to the quarter pipe and now trying to clip the left back wheel onto the wall to nicely roll onto the platform. Doesn't quite get the wheel, but the speed is good anyway, so it doesn't really matter. Oh, that's a bit unstable. It might fly in a wrong direction. Looks to be in the pool still. Lars a little bit lucky. With that line. Generally speaking, you want to keep the car as stable as possible on the plastic so it slides and doesn't really bounce across the plastic there. Because whatever your final bounce is kind of decides if you're going even towards the pool at all or somewhere to the left side. Well, spin strategy was found by Hazard. Or Hazard was the first to show that it worked, and now everyone's doing it. Lars, really nicely done. Lands a bit late here. Is this enough speed? Oh, just barely. And lands onto the ring as well. And again here, You need to avoid having too much speed, so you want to keep your speed below 160. Otherwise you get the third gear and then you immediately drop it afterwards. And that means that you get a slowdown, so it's better to stay on the second gear, just below 160 speed. Gears are automatic in this game, so they will happen whether you want it or not, if you're just fast enough. Lars keeps the second gear and works out. Floor 12. Is there a difference between road and platform surface? Platform essentially means this kind of a block. So this is a platform block that we start from, and this is like a road block. But road also has the double meaning of referring to these tarmac blocks. Platform you can have in many different surfaces. Dirt, plastic, ice, road, grass, you know. Well, O clips the landing. He needs to recover this line, but there's fortunately very good recoveries on floor 12. Just going over the ramp. Second try. As long as you get to the second quarter pipe, you will be able to retry this multiple times, but this time looks good enough. Now, aiming the jump. There's a moving block in the ceiling. This decoration block that you can use as a visual cue. Otherwise the jump would be pretty blind, so it's very helpful. And now avoiding airtime. Oh, that's a big jump. Is it gonna be enough speed? Just barely, but it turtles. Lars will be able to keep it going, and now just needs to line up against this barrier here to flip the car. Timing, that's good. Basically, the main thing about that section is to avoid the airtime. But, well, Lars still has enough speed to make the landing, even if it's a little bit short, the jump. No issue on the loop, and then into the whole section. A little low again, but again lands. So it's a good exit from this ramp, but the difference really is like you want to go as much from the right to the left. That gives you the most height. If you go a little bit like, if the first ramp lands here instead of here, then your line will also be a little bit lower, because you really want to get like the full left push to get the maximum possible height there. So it's a little bit of a precise line, but Lars, let's get it done, and goes for the sideways landing strategy to avoid landing upside down. Floor 13. Interesting floor. A lot of different alternative routes. Lars will go for the plastic bench strategy almost 100% though. Lands the first view, spin onto the turbo works fine, and we keep going. Now the bobsleigh loop. Usually 4 loops, and then on the 5th one you go. Well, let's see. The turbo at the bottom will keep increasing your speed, so you can stay here for as long as you like. That is 3, 4, and probably going now, or, well, Lars staying here for a while. Okay, 1 extra loop. Works just fine. The water will always flip the car upright, so you don't need to worry about that at all. Gets into the wood section, one of the few actual wood surfaces we have here. It's a new surface added last November. Very high grip, very high turn rate. There's no issue getting through it. And then the shortcut. So just dropping down here. and skipping a couple sections. Elcon is doing a different shortcut here that skips a little bit more, but it's also is a little bit riskier. Everybody else is going for this. Then into the big jump, and then you have the plastic bones. Looks good. Oh, just... Oh, gets the grip super late. I think the car bounced a little bit, the wheels. Maybe not quite getting the grip, but... it is enough. It is enough at the end. So this loop thing is what we're actually skipping. So you go through the windows here, and what Elcon does is getting one left wheel, the front left wheel, on top of this barrier, goes through, and then jumps over the border here into the pool. And Lars will be getting to that pool very soon as well. Just one plastic bounce away. Flips onto this plastic quarter pipe, and then the bounce. So Elcon skip does actually end up skipping a little bit more. It's a little bit faster if you care about stuff like that on floor 13. But yeah, Elcon also doesn't need to do the plastic bounce, doesn't need to do the quarter pipe. But the Elcon skip definitely has like a failure rate as well. Lars, good landing into the wall right, and wood grip. Oh no! Oh, is the plastic gonna bounce the car? Oh, we can't see anything. Oh god. I am not even sure how the car eventually flipped there. Immediate restart. So this is, again, this block is wood grip, which sometimes it can be a little bit dangerous landing sideways onto this, because it can grip you so hard that the car's balance is off. Essentially in the sense that when you get that full grip, the car kinda, you know, flips over because it has no other way to kill the momentum. It's a very goofy surface, very weird surface. Have some custom wood blocks. Oh wait, I can do the plug-in thing. Perfect. So regardless what your speed is, if you land like fully sideways on wood, it just kind of like redirects you or kills your speed. And this is the danger, right? If you have a lot of speed, then the car has to kill the momentum sometimes, like this. So that is the danger, right? Nice map, thank you. I'm proud of it. But just to demonstrate like what can happen there, but that was not that. That was a different thing. But you need to be a little bit careful, and that's why I think players kind of try to jump a little bit further, because this only happens on the very edge. So as long as you land on the further part, you should be fine. But I mean, yeah, it's a kind of tough turtle. We've seen other people turtle here as well. And there's really no save, and the car will not go anywhere. But yeah, only this small slice here is wood, right? And this is tarmac. So if you land here, your chances of actually saving yourself is going to be much higher. What is the flickering here? Overlapping two plastic ramps. Yeah, I'm not sure what the plastic blocks are there for. I guess maybe just to smoothen the the uphill, you know? Like, you don't really have any other ramps that you could use. That's the thing. Plastic is the only vanilla thing you can do these kinds of steep ramps with. Yeah, well, there's the crown. That's where we're trying to get. Quarter pipe jumps up. Eventually it will happen. Seems like Elcon also playing right now. Ixon also. Back to floor 9. Now hopefully going a little bit closer to the edge. Air brake, landing on front wheels, there we go. Imagine how confusing it would be if the scenery pillars didn't do that to your car. I know. It would be so... Yeah, the game would be so much worse if you didn't have this full stop surface on walls on maps. You might, if you listen carefully, you might hear a hint of sarcasm in this statement. This is how it's been since last November, though. It's just how it is. Ixon, couple sections away from floor 10 again. I've been a silent enjoyer for the last weeks. Just want to say thanks for great coverage. No problem, Sintershock. Missing college today to watch your classes. Hey, there we go. Gonna be very useful to know these things. In November it wasn't sarcastic, it was very outright disappointment, but yeah, you know. There was a bit of a battle. There was a bit of a battle, especially when a lot of old maps broke because of this wood physics change. But hey, at least old maps have been fixed, even if new maps have this weird wall now. But now they changed the walls again. New maps will again have a different kind of a default wall, which is now kind of like a rock wall. Yeah, I've seen those. Good right. Usual. Desert car version of Shallow Dip. I haven't seen it, but I imagine it's pretty strange. Well, Ixon, back to 10. We'll see. The half pipes at the end will definitely be a new personal best. I feel like even a little bit earlier section might be. It could be the ice spin, but so far doing pretty nicely on these early parts. 1140 generally means ice spin. So the wooden pillars that extend automatically when you place a platform or roadblock, those are now... Oh, a little bit off here. Oh, the weirdest plastic bounce. Maybe to floor 7, 6. Oh, 7? Oh, wow. Okay. Oh, no. Doesn't quite manage to go around the turbo. That was a really rough space to be in anyway. So yeah, the turbo slightly pushes the car into the pool. But, oh well, it's still floor 6 at least. It's something. It is something. Was Elcon still... Yeah, Elcon is still playing. Floor 2, trying to get those runs going. Does that mean records have to reset? Do you mean, like, because of the wood change? Or was that about something else? There were, like, a bunch of maps that were broken, like, records were broken, with the physics changes. But they don't reset records on maps, no. Can check in on Bulle as well. Doing the recovery. Needs to go through floor 6 again. Very close to personal best, but kind of far. Because you need to now go back to floor 6, and then do the duck jump, and then go over here again. And the 816, that's probably this area here. I think getting the plastic jump, that might be a personal best in terms of heights. For sure you get it when you get to this point. Once you pass the turbo tunnels. Do you think they should raise the record? No. Oh, has also fallen from this recovery path somehow. I think what can happen is that either you jump a little bit too far to the right side and the car sort of rotates as you drop down, or you might hit the lamp, which is very, very unfortunate if that happens. It's pretty rare to see something going wrong on this recovery path, but it's definitely possible. Yeah, it would be nice if old maps were, like, not broken, but I don't think the leaderboards should be reset when physics changes are made. Maybe there could be, like, 2 separate leaderboards somehow, like, old patch, new patch. Kind of how, like, speedrun stuff works, right? Don't really have a favorite floor. So many cool ones. This floor is really nice. We don't look at it too much anymore, but I feel like the tilted design of this floor is still very cool. The fact that everything's slightly sideways. Could be nice if, like, old broken maps had some kind of a disclaimer, or, you know, even like the patch number or something linked to every map somehow. Maybe there could be a plugin. I don't know if it would be possible to check with a plugin which version of the game the map was built in. But you can see when a leaderboard record was made. So you can kind of like estimate from there if it's something that's done in like an old ice patch, for example, or not. Haza, thank you for the Prime. Very much appreciated. Do not know where virtual is. Not on the server. Not yet on floor 16. So currently, situation is that our players are trying to clear this dirt section. And the issue is that when you get this ice done, you just get enough speed, jump here, land clean. Hazard has landed this clean. But the problem is that you need to chain this section as well, and you need to do like a dirt zoop. And if we look at what Hazard tried, this was the attempt a couple hours ago. So getting the third gear onto the ice, doing a small ice slide, getting just enough speed to land, and then trying to zoom off and correcting the car's line, but it's just not enough speed to get the ice landing clean. So the current theory, the current idea, because this is the only attempt at this that we've had, so not a big sample size to really like analyze what works and what doesn't, we just know that this one wasn't enough, and it doesn't look like this will be enough. So the theory is that you need to do a brake tap. instead of just turning to the right, you might need to do this dirt zoop with the icy wheels. You just kind of go like in this sideways angle as you accelerate and turn, but when you press brake during this, it extends the line and gives you a small speed boost as well. So what that would do is it would make it so that the car will not turn back towards the ice, or you will not turn the car back to the ice, but rather you will keep the car in this motion. So you will keep holding right with that line, and the car in the air, instead of turning forwards like this, it will do like a full spin around and hopefully land forwards on the ice, hopefully so that it lands clean onto the ice, doesn't get this bounce like this, and then you get enough speed to make this jump. That is the current theory. The problem with the brake tap is that when you do that brake tap, right about here, there's a big chance that the car just slides forward, so it might hit the fence or it might fall off the platform entirely. That's the risk. So these kinds of brake tap zoops are usually like semi-inconsistent. Some players feel like they're random. I honestly don't know. It's a very sort of rare thing to have on a map at all. But that is kind of like what it looks to be. Yay, 360. Not quite like a ice spin, right? But it's a 360 in an ice section, I suppose, in the middle of it. Some kind of a spin. And then landing here. This will likely be the hardest part of floor 15, so I'm not gonna be surprised if it takes a couple days to clear this still. But maybe the brake tap is gonna work better than it usually does. And then there's only this snake thing, and then you jump to floor 16. It starts here. So then on floor 16, you first take speed going backwards through these turbos, not too far hopefully, because then your run is very much over. Then back to the quarter pipe, flip on the ceiling, keep the grip, don't get airtime, and then chain the speed, land over here, then through this corridor here, land here. And then the wheel clip. Actually, I can show the wheel clip, I forgot to show it earlier, on another map, because there's a really good khaki map that has a similar, not very similar, but like a similar looking thing, built a couple years ago now. So you get the wheel hang, so your right side wheels will be on top of this beam and you will slowly go through this wall, right? The plastic will push you back down. You can practice it here, so there's like a practice section for it, so you don't need to go into this blind and then, you know, not know what to do. You can try it out on the other side until you're ready to go for it. Then from here onto this part, jump, 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 and this is one of the scariest parts of the floor. Hazard's take on this was that you would need to jump between these two, the first and second beam, and you would go below this second one and land onto the ice, and then somehow like immediately slide so that you don't go too far on the ice. This one looks precise. I guess remains to be seen how precise, but you jump a little bit to the right and probably below this, just barely, land over here. Then over to the beam, and then there's another practice section for another later part. You don't land on the plastic, yeah. I don't see any way to land on the plastic. Turbo, the actual route here is the turbo, go around, and then jump, land on this plastic, and land here. How dangerous this one is to fail remains to be seen. Then another dirt zoop, there's already the third one on the map. So you do the same thing as on the floor 15 jump, but this time without brake taps, I'm pretty sure. So you go over here, and if you mess up, there's a wall here, so you will be able to recover and retry this. Over the ice, plastic, land on the ice. Then around these flags on the beam, you balance yourself here. Some people are saying that this is not too bad. I don't personally have like an intuition for this kind of trick though. Then one of the hardest parts, potentially, which is you take the turbo, go into this tight dirt wall right, which is the same technique as on floor 4. Oh, Alcon falling down. Right around that part, actually. So it's the same thing as what you have here at the end of floor 4. So you keep like a 45-degree angle and you stay on the dirt. You kind of just can climb this one. And then you flip the car high up, land into the quarter pipe. It's very similar, but much more complicated. So you take the turbo, and there's this very narrow slice this time, where you need to stay. You go on the lower part first, hope that you don't go too low or too high, because the recovery is... it's not. And then you go all the way here, bounce on the plastic, switch the direction, and then again the 45-degree angle to stay on the dirt, and go all the way around, and then from somewhere here, you again flip the car over and hope that you land on this block. This one looks to be one of the hardest parts of the inside map, but remains to be seen. I don't think it's gonna be like free at the very least. Yeah, I don't know how the direction switch is gonna work, but you can practice it here. So you can go here, and it's the same turbo setup, and you also have a plastic block here. So you can practice this, you know? So that's something, right? There's a pool that you land into if you don't get it, and then you just go back over here, right? So you can practice that. So in some sense that could be learnable, but it remains to be seen, I suppose. Can't really practice the exit flip timing, but I suppose, yeah, you just hope that you get it right. Jumping through here, which is already looking kind of scary. Then getting speed, landing here, and jumping over here. And from this point, as long as you don't go too far on the plastic, you can just, you know, patiently go around. This jump doesn't look too bad. And then there's one more part. This is the final part of the floor. Balancing again 2 wheels off the beam, and then you somehow need to like full send this line, and somehow with only 2 wheels on the beam, you need to make this very narrow line onto this uphill. This looks very scary to me as well. It looks like pretty casual. It's such a small trick, but I feel like falling down from here is very possible, and falling down from here is all the way down. Again, floor 12 or something, so it's not great. But if you can do that, now you are in the end. So this is the end point. Nothing really difficult here. We kind of assume that this jump will also be fine. And then going all the way here. Going over the pipes, going here. And now you have the final jump. And you will be able... This is not a slippery material, so you will be able to drive along this circle. Maybe you do 2 circles, or, you know, maybe you do even more. By kind of just testing your limits and testing how much speed you can get. And once you feel comfortable with the speed you can get, you think it's the highest possible that will happen, then you jump, and you only get 1 try at this. If you reach the height of this red light, that's the finish. Congratulations. And if you don't, then this kind of a quarter pipe will always push you a little bit forwards, not only up, which means that you will not land like this and then go back here. That's not going to happen. You will go here, and the quarter pipe will push you a little bit forward, which means that if you don't get the height, you fall all the way down. It's 1 shot. You get 1 chance. Hello, Stable Genius. Why not land on the beam instead of the dangerous ice? Well, there's a couple reasons for that on that section. So you are talking about this landing, yeah? From here, landing here. So you cannot land forward because this is plastic. If you just smash onto this, even if you found like a way to smash onto it somehow, the plastic will bounce you away. And if the plastic bounces you away, then it's a, you know, long fall. So you have to avoid the plastic block. And what you need to do is jump to the right. That is pretty much for sure. I don't see any other way. So whether it's like a jump from here or a jump from the second gap, which seems to make sense. Yeah, that's gonna be the only way you can do this part. Now, a lot of, like, floor 14 sections, for example, ended up being a lot easier than what they looked like. And I feel like floor 15, to an extent, has also already reached, like, a point where players are getting pretty consistent through the first parts there, even though they do look very intimidating. So it might be possible that some of those floor 16 tricks are also easier than they look, but hard to say. Do you think it might not be a practice part and is actually required to get the jump? Those practice parts don't really lead anywhere. Do you think it's still possible that in the next week, you know, next 7 days or so, there will be someone who finishes the map? I'm new to this event. Can players train floors separately, or do you always have to climb before going to the next big thing? So there are officially released practice floors. Currently there's 0 to 9. Map has 16 floors total, or 17 if you count floor 0, I suppose. So any floor that hasn't been cleared yet will not have a practice floor, and also the last 3 floors, 14, 15, and 16, will not have a practice floor during the event. So until 3 players have finished, there's not gonna be, at the very least, those last 3 practice floors. Probably floor 13 and 12 as well, I would imagine. So yeah, you do need to learn things by just getting to that very high point and then trying something new. I think it's the first gap. Second one, I'm pretty sure your wheels would clip the hanging beam and kill you. I initially thought it would be the first gap as well, but Hazard was saying that it could be the second one. I guess we'll see. Like, the problem is the line for the first one is also incredibly cursed. Deep Dip 2 is much harder than Deep Dip 1. I don't really think that the intended way on the ice landing is going to be any like random combination of bounces. Like, the mappers wouldn't build something like that. It has to be a clean jump somehow. It is very weird, raw. Yeah, I agree. Oh, the last jump? Who knows? No one has done the last jump, so we don't know. I guess we'll be able to answer that question once players have made it there. Yeah, it kind of does look like it's missing a block or something, right? But yeah, like, I don't know. It doesn't seem like there's anything else at all. It's not like floor 13 where there's like a billion platforms everywhere and, you know, you can find some alternative way. Like, there's just nothing there. Yeah, floor 16 is by jumper. Pretty sure that the ice landing And then the dirt wall ride, those will be problematic though. I don't think anyone will like one-shot both of them on the same run. I think that it's gonna take a few attempts from different players. Or maybe one player that just kind of pops off somehow. One-shotting floor 16 is gonna be very unlikely. We are entering the Finnish territory, yes. I do think that everyone's kind of starting to think about it. It was the highest floor that was cleared in one go. Very few floors have been, if any, have been like one shot by like the first player. Floor 12 was cleared semi-quickly, but that took 2 days as well. So, yeah, I don't think any any floor at all was cleared like in one shot by one player. Floor 1, no, people failed the ice slide initially, for sure. I mean, of course, there might be someone who one-shot some of the floors, like, later, after people had already figured out the strats. Oh, Lars kind of, yeah, Lars did have that run pretty early on, where Lars did one-shot floor 1, but was that, like... Maybe it was the same run, like entering floor 1 and exiting floor 1 on the same run. Yeah, actually. That could have been the case. Suppose that's the latest one. How many floors were submitted for DP2? I have no idea. But we do know that some floors were rejected for sure. So not all of the submissions were accepted at least. I know that Virtual made like a video of rejected floors, but I think I heard one of the mappers say that not all of them were submitted. So it could have been, you know, could have been that you know, some people just built one but didn't actually send it in. Oh, Maji said they picked 6 out of 28 of the competition. Okay, well there it is. So pretty good amount, honestly. Yeah, probably not like a... Probably don't want to build a map out of those. 22 floor map might be a bit much. Only 6 of the floors were from the mapping competition, and then the rest are built by the organizing team. "16 is a bit bonkers, yeah. Good way to describe it. Heard one friend saying going against booster which is on grass is hard, while if it's on plastic it's easy, or other way around. If Elcon can climb this up, it should be possible, just needs to go a little bit back Mainly just a patience test. Oh yeah, I again forgot to show the khaki map with the wheel hang. Thank you for reminding me. To be a little bit patient, go a little bit further back, and then carefully try to push yourself up. Elcon manages to do it. One wheel should be always possible to get through. So there's a strategy where you can drift across a turbo backwards. So you can sort of do like a drift from here to here, then go a little bit sideways, then drift again sideways, and sort of slowly go through this. And this works on like these road tarmac-based turbos for sure. And I have to admit, I don't really know if there is like a surface that you can't do that on. Maybe it is more difficult on some surfaces, but I suppose it would come down to like how much grip you get. I mean, on ice it's different, but on ice you can't really drift the same way. So, you know. On ice you can like slide over turbos though, sideways. On penalty, it's not always possible. Fair enough, yeah, though you're talking about the climbing thing, but okay. But yeah, I'm not sure. Maybe you need to ask Bren what the surface difference would be. Kinda curious as well. Elcon getting this run going. Okay, now that I remember, let me show. I forgot the number, but it was somewhere. $203. Was it that far? Oh yeah, that's still, yeah, okay, yeah. I was, yeah, it is that one, yeah. I was thinking that that would already be a KR4, but no, that's still KR3. Oh, Elcon did use shortcut this time, true. Good point, actually. I didn't pay attention to it enough. But yeah, Elcon has started doing it as well. Okay, so this is the wheel hang similar to this map. This is an old khaki map, very tricky map, and the setup here is much more difficult. Basically, you lock the wheels off one side, and then you go very slowly at like a specific speed. On this map you also need to exit this backwards, and you need to do like a speed slide to get enough speed over the turbo into the finish. So, never mind the rest of the map, but this wheel hang is basically the floor 16 thing as well. So kind of like jumping, following the wall, and then clipping the wheels here, and then just pressing forward. So like mechanically, once you get the wheels locked in, it shouldn't be very difficult to keep them there. All you need to do is get both of the wheels locked at the same time, and then from here it's just pressing forward. And then the exit here is a little bit different again. You have to like stop pressing forward and then press right, and yeah, you exit this. I think it might be that you can't be too slow. I kind of forgot. I never finished this map. I did try it, but I don't really remember what the specific thing was. It could be that you don't need to... You shouldn't go like too slow, maybe. The exit is different here. You get like a free exit on this map anyway. You don't need to do that kind of an exit. Always presses backwards when he steps forwards. Yeah, okay. Makes sense. It just doesn't show, I guess. But it doesn't matter anyway, because the reason why you press backwards on that map is because you need to get the backwards gear on the exit so that you can do the speed sledge after to gain enough speed. On this map, you don't need to do anything like that. So the wheels on top of this beam, right? And then you stay there. and you go, and this plastic piece here will push you, right? So you will land here. Going here, landing here. So you get like a free exit, it seems like. I don't think you need to do anything special. The reset blocks on 8 don't do anything, they're only there for visuals. They are used to reset, you know, some effect blocks. How do you get speed to exit up though? Oh, I think you're thinking of the dirt wall, right? So that's another technique. So on the dirt wall, right, you're not supposed to do the wheel hang at all. You're supposed to stay in like a diagonal upwards angle and you just kind of stick to the dirt. It's amazing how you just remember random old maps in reference to some tricks. I remember that the maps exist, but not always the names or the numbers in case of Keki. Any progress today? Some. A little bit. Hello, Moses. You wanna watch the Walter Court run? Hazard wasn't streaming it, so all we have is the streamable clip. Jumping through. Alcon, maybe getting another run going here. You do have the map editor for console, but it's much more restrictive than the PC editor. If you want to, like, you know, if you want to get the full mapping experience, then that would be on the PC. Yeah, only the finishing run needs to be streamed, so at this point players can, you know, hide their progress entirely if they want to. Zooping in, landing on the plastic. There we are. Getting rid of the icy wheels. And getting towards the ice bin. Water landing. Oh, a little bit of a grip loss there, I think, but it works fine. Oh, trying to chain this. Is it gonna work? Oh, not quite, but this is recoverable. Recoverable, just needs to isolate to the other direction. Chaining these two parts is pretty ambitious. Like, it can go wrong as well, but well, that was close. That was close. Well, this one works better. A little bit more speed. But does the exit of the last dirt wall ride work again? Looks like it's a dead end and you need to teleport back to the start of the wall ride. Could there be someone there soon? Lars is currently, I think, doing the quarterpipe jump? Lars is getting there in just a moment. We can check in with Elcon for this ice spin, and then we can see, and you will, it's the same thing except the direction change. So here, let's just check in. So this dirt wall, right? It's the same technique. So you can kind of extrapolate that to that part. So you get the 45-degree angle, and then at the end you do this spin, and you jump here. That's basically what it is. But it's just, you know, a little bit, a little bit harder. There's currently 2 cuts that are being used on floor 13. Elcon will do the rare one if this run gets there. There's probably someone maybe has a clip of it as well. There is a clip of it for sure. Going for this risky landing on 11, but honestly, floor 11 has a different feel now already. Like, it feels like, you know, just one of these floors. You would even call it like an early floor in a sense. Because so much of the difficulty right now is definitely on this floor. Like, it's a very difficult floor, but I feel like the players are getting very comfortable, especially with these early parts. There's mistakes on them, but, you know, the players definitely are lining up much less for these sections. I think right now the runs generally start when they get to floor 12. Here we go. Still using the same setup here always. Oh, the landing pretty early, but the speed should be there still, and really good landing. That was very close to clipping the landing, and because it's plastic, it could be very, very bad, but barely manages. And slows down enough. Now the plastic looks to go into the pool. Well done. And we keep going. No, oh, well, hold on. Okay, needs to drop into the pool, or just maybe flip the car on this plastic. This is a very strange turtle, but good flip. This game, it's just strange sometimes. Oh, no issue there. Could drop down to the pool below, but yeah, a little bit faster this way. Very controlled save, and then the spin. Looks to land. Keep going. Maximum speed here. Need a very clean landing onto this first block. Good air brake. The distance should be just fine. The final section, basically. Avoiding too much speed, so you don't get the slowdown from the gear shifts. That's a little bit slow. Is it gonna make the pool? It will, barely. Elcon could maybe afford to get a bit more speed there. Barely hitting the 150 speed, where, you know, you could get all the way up to like 159, and it would be a little bit safer. But, you know, makes it still. Floor 12. And this one is a little bit more recoverable if you make mistakes. You can redo these sections. Oh, flips the hole a little bit, but manages to get a good air brake. We keep going. Second section. Again, as long as you make it into this quarter pipe, you will be able to recover, so... Hoping to get the landing first time though, and Elcon does manage. Third section, all about avoiding airtime this time. So very clean line from this ramp onto the downhill, looks good enough, and Elcon, clean landing. Into the next part. Red turbo, slowing down a little bit to get a bit more boost. Don't think you really need it. This is not a heavy speed check, but Elcon makes it work. And then, second last part, we saw Lars a little bit earlier have a very close landing on this Elcon. Oh, jumps a little bit off. Oh, the angle there. He's going to land turtled. This should be savable against the wall here. I have no idea where we are, but maybe there is some path to recovery. I literally do not know where we are at all. What is this? What do you do? Floor 10? There's no way you can climb back up. I think you just have to go to floor 10. Yeah. Just drop down and hope. Oh, Elcon is a... Oh, this line is... Okay, well it works. Actually kind of smart to land upside down so that the car will flip. It's pretty interesting. Well, back to floor 10. Not the worst ever thing. But yeah, what the problem was there is that you can kind of think about this. It's hard to like conceptualize by doing this free camera, but so if you think about a jump like this, like the best height you would be able to get if you could somehow accelerate from this point and just take like the straightest line across the ramp. So if you kind of go like very sideways, like you just drive off, you don't really get a jump, right? You just fall off here. So when we kind of like take that concept into the actual jump here, we can sort of think like, okay, what kind of a jump actually gives you like the best height? And it's gonna be the jump that sort of like combines the two, where you get as close of a jump like this, but also from this angle. So you need to land very close here and then push the line very far to the left. So you want to exit at the highest point of the ramp. If you exit on the side, then that's going to be a lower jump, right? And Elcon kind of exited from this side a little bit. It's like a pretty usual thing that happens here. It's a very tricky jump. But yeah, a super clean landing onto this ramp and then a full left turn to get the best possible height from the ramp. That's going to be your goal. Not quite far enough there, but... Ooh, this is a rough one. Is it gonna fall back to floor 10? Oh, floor 9. Well, that's something. Something. So, about landings. Because this might be something also that you don't really think about. Like, you might be thinking like, why are the players like landing in weird angles? Like, why is Elcon landing upside down there instead of just landing, you know, kind of normally? But what happens if I do like a big jump like this and I immediately air brake is that the car just has no way to absorb that impact when it goes down, and it's, well, I mean, you can see what happens. So if I just air brake here and I land, it will usually flip like this. So like a very clean air brake, it's going to like bounce the car, and yeah, this is a very usual case. So what they actually do often, for example on the floor 13 shortcut, is they kind of land like this. Front wheels first, and this should be like a fairly consistent landing pretty often. It sort of gently just, well, however gentle that is, I guess, lets the car like roll back up. I guess Elcon's strategy with this upside down landing is pretty interesting, air braking a little bit later, and then doing this kind of flip. That's kind of cool, right? This is actually kind of a fun strategy. So you can do like a secondary air brake here and land it. But if you land like fully upside down and you air brake here, then, you know, that can be pretty dangerous as well. So yeah, the car behaves sometimes in unexpected ways. And I mean, to be fair, there's like a lot of the times when you can't really control the way you land. Concussion simulator. So what magnets do is that as you're exiting a magnet, they can still keep pulling you, which means that... Oh, it seems like Elkan's pulling a little further. So as you're exiting a magnet very carefully, it will still kind of pull you, and even as you exit the magnet, it can sort of like pull you upwards. If it's like it'll like pull you to whatever direction it's pulling you. That's basically it. So the effect sort of like stays with you often, even after leaving the magnet, and that can result in some weird flying things. Yeah, like generally speaking, it might be unintuitive, but generally speaking, especially if it's like a long fall, landing perfectly flat is the most dangerous kind of a fall. Usually that will flip the car. Okay, I will get myself some hydration. So I will be back in just a minute. Alright. No panic, I'm back. Not kidnapped. Okay. If there was no hype, there'd be no prize pool. Without that, nobody's spending 10 hours plus a day on this map. You're on the right track, but I don't think it's entirely the what would happen, because I feel like the hype surrounding the event increases the prestige of finishing this map enough that people will be grinding this map. I don't think it's really about the prize pool. But the fact that this is such a prestigious achievement because of like how every single top player, you know, is playing it, I do think that, you know, we would still have our same players. For the most part, at least. Most of our current top players would be still grinding this the same way. Delcon, clean landing. And gets to floor 11. Once again. Do you think many people will really grind past top 3 though? Yes. Some people will. Some people might not. Some people will. I would imagine like people like Lars and Virtual would finish this no matter what. But I could be wrong. Oh, back we go. Clean landing. And a clean landing. Shrimoya Frank, thanks so much for the prime. Just saw Hazard Walterguard. How are you supposed to get more speed? By doing a brake tap on the dirt, most likely. But it's a very risky strat. But that seems to be it. You can extend and increase the speed of the dirt zoop at the end by doing a brake tap. Well, back to the big jump. Jumps very far to the left. Oh, it looks to work. It's always so scary because the downhill can still push the car until all the 4 wheels are on the ground and you have full grip. Very good line on the plastic this time. Super clean, super stable. And we keep going towards floor 12. Looks to be a clean section here as well. My point was that without any hype whatsoever, the prize pool of course plays a part. But I know these guys are also just degens when it comes to this sort of map. Yeah, I mean, you know, as a fellow degen speedrunner who has spent a ridiculous amount of time grinding maps that absolutely no one else cares about, in other games to be fair, but well, in this game as well. I suppose, though, you know, my achievements are not on the level of these guys, but yeah. Yeah. You just, at some point, you just want to do the personal challenge, right? Step by step is one. It's terrible. Run. Elcon, a little bit more speed this time, 153, that should be comfortably in the pool. There we go, and floor 12, here we go. Jumping up. What did you run? I've speedrun a bunch of like indie FPS games. And then mostly Shootmania. The amount of hours that many of these guys have in Trackmania, I have also in Shootmania. So it's another Nadio game made by the same developer, FPS game, and it has a community-created speedrun game mode, which is very tricky. No worries, Frank. Glad you're enjoying. Second section here for Elcon. Let's see if this time we can get 13. Failed the second last section on the previous attempt. Now the minimization of airtime, that is pretty good. It's not really like an FPS spin-off of the racing game, like it's a PvP game, you're supposed to, you know, shoot other players, but community made a speedrun game mode. Oh, that, oh. Slightly hits this, this is recoverable. Bren has done this, I know. So you can take the turbo and land onto the second part again and go from there. That is probably the best recovery. But there are similarities between Trackmania and Shootmania. For example, the map editor is very similar. And also both Trackmania 2, which is the older Trackmania game, and Shootmania work within the same platform, so the same engine kind of runs both. There we go. The recovery is good. Sikio and Nike, thanks so much for the subs, the tier 1 and the prime. Much appreciated. Then into the third part again. Well, I guess this is the second part still. Looks to be fast enough, and the landing works fine. No issue. Your streams are great. Relaxing, educational, easy to follow. You deserve everyone with a prime to subscribe. Hey, thank you, Ignos. Stream is free though, don't worry about it. But I appreciate the support a lot. Didn't submit a Flora 2 to this map, no. Are you able to see Elcon's inputs from just spectating him? It is a plugin that PC players can use. Works with a tool called OpenPlanet, and the plugin is called Dashboard. It only estimates the inputs, so don't look at it too much, like, you know, don't go frame by frame analysis on it, because it estimates the inputs based on wheel positions and such. Here we go then. Again, this jump is a little bit better and lands clean. So the line there, you might have noticed, was a little bit more to the left and gets a little bit more height thanks to that. There we go. Final part. Elcon has been doing the 180 spin and we'll do it again. Avoid landing upside down. And also, I guess it allows you to continue a little bit faster in true Elcon style. There we go. Just keeps going. Alright, Elcon already speedrunning floor 13. Hey, no problem there. Oh, the wall grip, always a bit scary. Does it have also similar bugs like TMNF? Kind of, but we don't have time to get into it. Yes, if someone knows the magnet speed boost bug that Trackmania Lagoon has in Trackmania Turbo, it has like a similar magnet bug too. But yeah. Anyway, Elcon into the pool, through the bobsleigh loop. How long are endurance maps usually? Depends who you ask. Some people will say that the 2-minute map is an endurance map, and some people will say that it needs to be 10 minutes long. There can be some landing bugs that, you know, happen from floor 13. For sure, but they are hard to avoid. There could have been some options, I suppose. Here we go. Okay, so, alright. Hold every other thought, because Elcon is going for the cut, and if you haven't seen this, well, here's your chance to see it live. So, not going for the drop down, but actually continuing towards this wall right section. But Elcon's goal is to not do the wall right. Elcon's goal is to land the front left wheel onto this barrier. Lands it, and now you want to jump through into the pool, and it works. It's so scary every time. It looks very wonky, but it skips the plastic bounce. It's faster. And Elcon has been doing it multiple times now. So hey, if it works, no problem. Lars falling a little bit on the side there, but Elcon keeps going. Now the front wheel landing into the wall right to not lose speed, and we go. Landing in. Oh no! Oh, how does this keep happening? It was Lars before, and now it's Elcon. Immediate restart. This one seems brutal. I actually wonder... I wonder if you're supposed to land to the wood. Is that the intended thing? I feel like another option could be to just, like, go straight forward. Like, take the wall ride and not turn sideways. And just kind of smash into this beam. The wood grips immediately, but, like, it can flip you as well. Like, if you land sideways, the car needs to, like, absorb the momentum somehow. I mean, oftentimes it does just kind of glue into it, but it can still flip upside down. So, I don't know if that's, like, safe either. Unless you're supposed to skip everything here. Yeah, like, who knows? Maybe this is another section that you're supposed to just avoid entirely. Old gun, thank you so much for the prime. Yeah, Elcon just keeps going. I mean, this has happened to everyone at this point. Virtual has turtled there. Elcon, Lars have turtled there. Kinda brutal. Kinda brutal. Maybe going upwards and land with back wheels first? Maybe. But then you risk, I guess, not getting the line right. I mean, yeah, it could work. Is it possible to jump too far and such? No, yeah, something like that could work. I think, like, not having any kind of a turtle save at all there is a bit much, maybe. Maybe landing in a turtle would be fine, but then maybe like a pool next to it would... And the reason why there's plastic there is most probably just because the plastic ramps are the only ones that you have in that size. You don't have any other surfaces in the vanilla game. You could use custom items instead, but custom items add to the file size and you don't really want to use many of them. I would imagine that Plexity will do a little bit of walkthrough of the floor after the event. Plastic Slender goes crazy. It kind of makes sense in some ways. So we actually heard from Maverick, for example, that Maverick actually used one custom item here. Because the problem with these blocks, I've explained this many times before, so many of you know, but maybe there's someone who doesn't. So the problem with this is that a lot of the time you can get landing bugs, and that's, you might hear people, like other streamers say that, oh, I got a landing bug, and then they fail the section. So that is not because of plastic, but that is because of the item structure. So why are these items even used? Well, they are the only ones we have. So you can only build this kind of like a narrow turn with plastic items. You don't have these small squares in any other surface. You can use wall ride blocks, which definitely have been used. For example, these ice blocks here, these are wall ride blocks turned to the ground. So to an extent you can use these a little bit, but only on like flat grounds really. If you want to do these kind of small ramps, that has to be plastic. So that's why also to build kind of like ice sections that are narrow that you build with vanilla, you can get the wet icy wheels, and then when you go to plastic, it will function very similarly to ice. Basically, it functions as like an ice surface, yeah? So, landing bugs. Why? That is the name of this TED Talk. Landing bugs. Why? Because of the walls. So if you go to this section, you have this ramp, which is a platform block, and then this curve here, which is a platform block. And when we go here, we notice that there's no wall between them. They are connected. Whereas usually you would have like a side wall on it. So blocks connect to each other, right? But items don't. So that means that when you place these small square items next to each other, they are not going to connect, but instead there's a plastic wall that's left in the middle. And there's a lot of them. Sometimes when you land so that the wheel very precisely hits one of these seams, that's going to be something that the game can mistakenly register as you crashing into a wall. Because you hit the wall into the seam, and the game kind of checks like, oh, there's a wall here, right? And then it says like, okay, well, you crashed the wall, you're gonna lose speed now. Or you get like a weird angle from it. So this is a landing bug. It's not supposed to be happening, but that's how it happens. So, for example, Maverick on this plastic landing mentioned yesterday that they were kind of struggling with landing bugs. They were getting landing bugs because this landing on the plastic after the ice thing used to be kind of similar to this, right? It used to have all these walls between the blocks, and you would often land in the middle of two of those walls, and you would get a landing bug and a slowdown. So what they did is they made this custom plastic thing, and you can notice that this one doesn't have any seams, doesn't have any walls, right? So you can make custom items, and then you could ask like, okay, well, why not make the entire map into a custom item to avoid this? Well, the reason for that is that maps only work until a certain file size, which is 7 megabytes, on servers. You will not be able to add maps above 7 megabytes in file size to servers. And when you build a huge map like this, it's already going to be pretty big in file size. This one is 5.7 megabytes. Every custom item that you use on a map will add to the file size. So you cannot use too many of them when you build a big project like this. That is essentially like the reason why it's like almost a necessary evil. Not really evil, but you know, a necessary sort of bad thing. That is the whole thing, whole situation. So could the mappers have done something else sometimes? Maybe, but like it's really not viable to prevent every single landing bug, because you just will not be able to use that many customs, and you want to use like narrow blocks because it's like a slow speed tower, right? You don't always want to use these massive platform blocks, right? There are like a couple custom items, I don't know how many. Thank you, Berkshon, for the 2 months. Love the streams, been looking for the last week and enjoyed so much. Hey, thank you. How are you enjoying, Berkshon? Why don't the devs just add more blocks? Yeah, I mean, that's a question. That's a question. Why don't we just have these small items in different surfaces, or why don't the items connect to each other? Maybe there are some reasons, but yeah. Like, could we just have those specific plastic items, could they just connect to each other? That was a rough save to do. Or Heavest, unfortunately. And then we wouldn't need to deal with any landing bugs at all with these. I mean, yeah, would be something. But that's not the case. Oof. Well, a lot of players trying to get those runs going then. Elcon. Back down, but keeps going. Yeah, the bugs will still be there on the small blocks, even if they're different materials. You know, like, to answer the question why so much of the map plastic, is because you only have these small blocks as plastic, right? The small items. And the reason why the plastic blocks cause the landing bug issues is because they don't connect and they have the seams in the middle of the items. So there's like two separate things. Can custom items reuse existing texture and only store versus data? So if there's any difference between two custom items, like for example, you can make a checkpoint that has a different respawn point. So, for example, I made about 250 custom respawns for an Endurance map that I was making, and I'm making still. And it was not fun, thanks for asking. But basically what that means is that every checkpoint that I placed on the map just has like a different respawn location. So you can place the respawn location wherever on a checkpoint. And even though the checkpoint item itself, like the geometry, texture, everything is always the same, it will still be a different item because it has like different data, right? So that's always going to add more to the file size. If that answers the question. So if it's not like an identical item, then it's gonna count as like a completely new item. Yeah, fair enough, Viro. But I mean, it would be still like probably useful for some other purposes too. Royal, maybe. No, the plastic blocks are definitely meant to be driven on. They're not like scenery, but you know. Lars getting towards the dirt wall ride, if you haven't seen this before. This is basically the same mechanic that allows you to do the dirt wall ride on floor 16. Keeping the upwards angle. You can climb the wall and then you can jump out of it as well. Maybe events like this will encourage dev attention to fixing plastic seams. There have been official competition maps on the highest stage of Trackmania, where landing bugs have been decisive to match outcomes in the past. Landing bugs have literally decided matches on the developers' own tournaments before, so I wouldn't count on it. It's also not like if you build maps in a certain way, you can pretty effectively avoid landing bugs too. So it's not like something that plagues the game the same way as TMNF, for example. So it's not as disastrous as it might sound. Most maps will be built in a way where you can avoid landing bugs. I think, you know, the restrictions of this kind of like a huge project just result in compromises being made. The landing bugs are deterministic, true, meaning that if you do the exact same inputs from the start of the map, you will get the same outcome. But realistically, that is not going to be how humans play the game, so they will be, to an extent, luck dependent, because humans are not able to do precision on the same level as like a scripted task run will be. Yeah, I mean, it would be kind of interesting, Vero. Could be a good read, even if, you know, it wouldn't result in anything. If you drive a certain way, you can avoid clipping into surfaces and avoid landing bugs too. To an extent, but just realistically not always. Sometimes, yeah, sometimes you can choose to not land exactly in the middle of two items and either land on the left or right side, but sometimes it's realistically just not possible. For example, this next section does have a landing bug that is very difficult to avoid. It's right here. This one, Lars avoids this time, but here, because this beam and this block are separate and there's a wall again here, you can get a landing bug by landing in a specific way here. And yeah, players are trying to find ways to avoid these kinds of landing bugs and, you know, try to do some, like, maybe lines that you normally wouldn't do in this kind of a section to avoid it, but, like, just realistically, you are not going to always be able to do that. And yeah, it's not like an interesting sort of challenge to solve, yeah, usually. There might be some players in TMNF, because I know that on TMNF Dirt, for example, there's like a billion landing bugs, right? And there are like specific ways you can land on those dirt blocks there to avoid landing bugs. And I think, you know, getting that kind of understanding of the game and knowing exactly how to land on those, like, there could be something interesting for some players there. But most players, I don't think, find it to be like an appropriate punishment to get like a slowdown landing by just landing on the wrong pixels. Well, Lars, trying to get those runs going again. Well, it's a little bit of a two sideways landing, but Lars already knows it's not gonna land clean enough. Let me do this thing as well. Putting in the hours. Currently top 3 player. Hoping to see Lars get towards that floor 15 again. Still a sideways landing, but this section, I guess, fairly recoverable. Floor 7 is where it gets very punishing if you make these kinds of missed lines. This plastic bounce still occasionally ends up in an upside down landing, but it looks pretty decent. What's your estimate for completion? A week maybe? Yeah, a week maybe. But it's impossible to really say. But I'm gonna say that I could see someone finishing this map in the next, like, 7 days. We shall see. Bren has overall been doing pretty well. slightly misses the line there, and there's gonna be a big fall, it seems. Not quite getting the runs going right now. Early hours for Lars still, I suppose. That is a sideways landing. Okay. Of course. Flips eventually. In true Trackmania style. Thank you, giant face. I do wonder how much this event has actually affected the actual player base. Oh, Elcon as well. Oh, similar line. Oh, that's gonna go onto the ice, but this is recoverable still. Just carefully around. It's actually not too bad. The good news about this is that Elcon doesn't have wet wheels now, so Elcon will be able to do this much better. You can go over here, and because of no wet wheels, this bobsleigh enter will be a lot easier. It's still a bit of a tight angle, but makes it nicely. Oh, Elcon is actually like jumping through this now? Oh, no. I spin to slow down. I was thinking like, alright. Is he gonna do some speedrun strategy here as well? Lands in. Floor 5. Ixon back to floor 8 as well. Thank you, Just Merabi, for the tier 1. Much appreciate you. A bit of a close landing. Oh, we can't see anything at all. Well, the car is on the beam, and this will be savable. Will take a little bit of time. Should be doable. Hazard does occasionally stream. You started to play Trackmania because of this event? Yeah, I've heard many people try out the game, and then finding out pretty quickly that this map is very difficult. But hey, there's a lot more to play. A lot more to play in this game as well. I do have a beginner-friendly campaign as well, much in the style of official campaigns. Called SB Villa Campaign 23, built a year ago, if someone wants to check that out. I think Ixon might be going for the corner save here, actually. Bit of a long way to go, but if it works, it works. Or maybe some other plan here. I think a lot of the players, yeah, are not really hiding strategies, they're just tired, you know? They want to play, but they want to play in like a as relaxed way as possible. Do you think the announcement of the first major Trackmania tournament with spot for the World Cup on the line will modify the player base, as presents by Brent, for example? I haven't really followed the like dates and such. I know the new Walter map pack is out. Ixon going for that corner save, and it will work. Now just needs to turn around. It's a bit of a tedious turnaround, but hey, if it works, it works. Not a lot of space to turn around, but it should be easier to get the front wheels back. Oh, but no. Oh, that's so unfortunate. Like, you need a lot of strength in that backwards press. to, you know, actually get the front wheels back, but that's a bit too much. It's such a sudden thing. There's no way you react to that. Super unfortunate after all that battle to get back on the beam. Overall, Ixon has been doing pretty nicely though. Making pretty good progress on the map. Might reach floor 11 at some point. But yeah, I'm not really sure. I feel like the players who are focused on this map right now will stay focused on this map as well. A lot of the time, you know, if players are dealing with some other things, they will still play the official stuff, but are gonna be a little bit unprepared, you know. Hazard has played today, yes. Not on stream and not on the server, but we did get a couple streamable links here in the chat from Hazard. Which, the best one of them is the WR clip comment. Elcon to the docks, floor 7 again. Don't know about virtual. Landing in. Here's the backward speed slides. You can get a little bit of speed sliding all the way up. There's actually a pretty interesting difference between backwards and forward speed slides. You might have seen some full speed maps where players are going very fast forwards, usually like 500 speed or so, at least. And they are overlapping the front and back skid marks. That gives you a speed boost, and it's called a speed slide, or speed drift. And when you're driving backwards, it works in a similar way. But the small difference, especially on a section like this, if you're like a full speed player and you're used to full speed slides, you might not realize that you can actually speed slide all the way up this quarter pipe. Because when you're doing forward speed slides, they will not work if the car is going like vertically or like in a loop, for example. But for whatever reason, backward speed slides do. So you can have like a dirt loop backwards, and you can speed slide through that entire thing. Whereas if you drive forwards, it would not be a speed slide, you would just try not to drift at all. Game is weird and confusing. I have actually no idea why it's the way it is. Interestingly, you can, again, do speed slides forwards when you're fully upside down. And on corkscrews, for example, the technique has a name, which is called a galaxy drift. Because there was a player called, I think, was it Mario Galaxy? Who found it? Or something? Yeah. When do you think Deep Deep 2 will be finished? I'm not sure. But I wouldn't be surprised if it happens in like a week. If it happens in the next 3 days, I would be surprised. Time for another beam landing here. Elcon chaining it, lands it. Makes it look so easy, but... well, there's probably a reason why a lot of players are still failing it. And now going for the shortcut too. Trying to find the line for it. Finds it. And we go up. In remaking TMUF Desert campaign in TM 2020. Oh yeah. Gotta say, they did a good job with the new sand scenery blocks. They have the same exact height like the original ones from TMUF. Oh, interesting. I guess, you know, it's a bit of a challenge because they didn't have the mesh water pipe things, right? Which file format is used for custom map items? So it's gonna be .item.gbx. But you can also have custom blocks, which are going to be .block.gbx. As far as I remember. GBX is the abbreviation of the game engine, which is called Gamebox. And you know, map files, for example, I think are .map.gbx. What is the difference between block and item? Blocks are usually a little bit more optimized. So blocks are always going to be based on vanilla blocks, and they have some I don't know if I can give like a sufficient answer to this, but basically blocks are based on vanilla blocks, whereas items can be whatever. So you will not have like a block that has like a new like custom shape. It will always be based, for example, on like this kind of like a flat platform block. It's a little bit restrictive what you can modify on it. If you make a custom item, you can do whatever, but custom blocks will be a little bit more optimized in file size, but they will also be more restrictive in the shape and the like size of the block, for example. Yeah, they're grid based, yeah. Which basically means that they're based on like vanilla blocks always. There's a Discord called Trackmania Scenery Hub, and they can explain all of this in much more detail. Well, Elcon back to floor 9. And maybe we get another run going. Landing against the pole. Oh, actually not, but slows down, fortunately, by clipping the wheel on the edge instead. Doesn't go too far. Yeah, GBX is a Nadio format. You might be mixing it up with something else. So Gamebox is Nadio's own game engine. And pretty much everything is, you know, a lot of files in this game engine .gbx. Including map files and such. Air brake. Works out. Landing in here. Going all the way here. Yeah, GBX Sudnet is pretty Pretty useful. On DD1, I remember Virtual talking about floor 6 being a boundary of sorts, where a proper run didn't start until that floor was cleared. What would be the equivalent here? At the moment it has to be floor 11. Because any kind of a mistake on floor 11 will usually result in falling down all the way to the ground. Or at least floor 8 or floor 6 or something. And floor 11 is super difficult. Floor 9 is not really a big choke point, honestly. Like, floor 9 has really good recoveries. Like, if, for example, if you fail this jump, that's generally fine because you get to this platform and you can get here and try this stuff again. So, I feel like floor 9 is already, like, in, like, a kind of safe area where a lot of recoveries end on floor 8 and a lot of recoveries from floor 9, like the later parts, also just recover on floor 9. But floor 11 is like a big choke point. So getting through floor 11 means that you are past like one of the biggest run killers on the map. So I feel like that has to be that point. And floor 7 as well, yes. Floor 7 also definitely kills a lot of runs by just, you know, having some weird plastic bounces happen, basically. Well, Elcon to floor 10, though. Trying to chain this the next part again, let's see how it works. Kind of zooping on dirt and then zooping on the ice. Not quite, but flights back to the dirt. That looks very difficult. Now, like, every floor is difficult. Floor 2 especially is very tricky, for sure. There we go. I've noticed that I only really start following runs after floor 11. Yeah. Especially now that, like, players are getting so much better at, like, floor 9 and 10. Floor 9 doesn't really seem to be an issue for any top player at all. Floor 10 sometimes results in mistakes. But yeah, floor 11 is like the choke point. Ice spin works out. Lands it in. I like floor 9 as well. Very cool floor. This one as well. Elcon, do the half pipes. Starting a little bit on the right side here, and then going a little bit to the left in the uphill. And that is just so that he can make room for this right side turnaround without falling off the ice. Great landing here. Probably doesn't need to wiggle at all. Well, does a couple anyway. There we go. Jumping through. Going for this sideways landing now again. Elcon has failed it a couple times, at least once I think, and at some point wasn't going for it, but I think at this point, you know, when your PB is almost on floor 15, you're like, okay, I don't care, I'm just gonna make these earlier floors a little bit more fun for myself. Polterguard is the same as a couple hours ago, yes, from Hazard. Then into the big jump again. I think floor 15 is still like 40 to 45 minutes at best, most of the time. It can be maybe a little bit faster, you know, it could be maybe 35 minutes if you're really clean. High jump, oh that's a bit too far, is it gonna land? No. And yeah, this is one of the big reasons why floor 11 is not really everyone's favorite. Floor 5 landing, nah, bounces around. Keeps happening. Keeps happening. And yeah, like, nothing else but starting over. What went wrong on Hazard's try? Actually looks quite good. Could have been a bit more to left. I think it's just the wrong strat. I think you need to do the brake tap. Or do you think, Valza, that you could do it without? Like, it doesn't seem possible. It has not. Key spider hole. Still the hazard run. PB of Elcon, I think, is still on the very end of floor 14, if I am not mistaken. Which means it's here. Trying to get this ceiling turbo push into the pool working. Also tapped right instead of holding it in the soup. Yeah, but then it's gonna exit, like if you hold it, then isn't it gonna exit too early? Like if you go here and you just press it, isn't it gonna go like here? The angle will be very tight. Like it's a full platform length, right? And it's not that much speed, it's like third gear still. I don't really see how this can work without the brake tap. Because like if you just like full commit to it from here and you just hold without the brake tap, I feel like it's gonna go like, it's not gonna go straight forward, it's gonna go a little bit here. So then it just falls off the ice. Maybe because he didn't have the good line to enter the soup. Maybe, but what's the line gonna be? Like, you don't really have a lot of options here, right? Is there a decent recovery if you slide out with brake tap? If you do an early brake tap, then I guess it's the fence. If you do a late brake tap, then good luck. Good night, Eva. No, I really feel like the brake tap is the next attempt. Yeah, you have to do all of this in one go. You can't stop here. You need to chain this part. I also don't really see that you can get like too much... You can't really get like too much more speed than what Hazard had. It seems to be a pretty tight landing. After the fence, like if you, for example... Well, I mean, the issue would be falling here, right? Maybe you can fall to floor 15 over here, somehow. 14, I mean. I think it will be the brake tap. I think you will... So if we look at the clip again. So it's just not enough speed, right? But the line looks like it goes here. So if you look at the inputs carefully, you can slow this down, right? Yeah. So here, Hazard, pressing right, but then releases it here. Just like a small release, you can notice there. A couple releases, actually, kind of tapping the right. But like, this line is already very barely going straight forward. I feel like it's already going a little bit to the right. So if you hold it, if you hold the right tab, or right button, I feel like you will just miss the landing entirely. You will go too far to the right. But with the brake tap, you get more speed and it extends the zoop, which means that then that compensates for the full right hold, right? So the idea is that you wouldn't straighten the car at all. So you go here, and from the driver's perspective, you turn first sideways, and then you go here, you brake tap, it's gonna go further, and then you don't straighten the car like this. Maybe it's still possible that you straighten it like at the last moment and you press left, but I feel like you just go and you full commit to this line, and the car will sort of like turn backwards first in the air, and then if needed, you are going to land on the ice a little bit sideways like this, and just turn it around and continue and jump here. It would widen it because of the speed boost, no, Hefa? You don't really, like, gain speed with 360. It's more that you don't press left here to slow down, right? Like, it's more like you don't slow down with the 360, but if you want to straighten the car here with the left tap, that might slow it down. It could still be the strat, though. It's really hard to say. We need someone to try this again. Don't you think they will need to isolate the downhill? No, because the isolate will naturally go towards this side. It will miss the landing. I suppose it could be possible, maybe, that you get some really weird, like, diagonal line, and you can kind of, like, isolate, and then the line will correct itself here, but, like, that sounds even more cursed than anything else. You also go from dirt, so the isolate will not be, like, that great. The jump looks pretty cooked, yeah, for the position on the map. These kind of sections are, yeah, like, you know, when ice players are already very confused and very divided about what the strat will be, then yeah, it's a tricky part. It is just so hard to, like, look at it and tell what it is. Tell me, enough times. Wouldn't it be possible to stop on the dirt, taking speed from the whole ice section stretch into the dirt and getting the zoop? It will not give enough speed. So there, you might think like, okay, well, maybe you could just drive normally from the ice, taking speed from the ice and drive normally. But that will not work either, because now you're getting icy wheels. So you are here, icy wheels. And when you have icy wheels, then this dirt section becomes pretty strange. You can't really do like a no slide line over here, and also ice has pretty slow acceleration, so yeah, you have to chain this for sure. I feel like people agree that you have to chain this. That's like looking pretty obvious. Well, the zoop will be too low speed still, because you just don't accelerate enough, so you will not be able to extend it enough, most likely. Like, maybe if it was possible somehow to start from here and get like 3 brake taps somehow and some really weird line, but I don't really see it giving enough speed. Just my intuition tells me that it's not enough. Virtual made a bunch of videos about it. The 30-day challenge thing. Maybe eventually I'll get one done as well. Yeah, it's against the rules to recreate parts of the map. Hazard did not even not have enough speed, specifically. A pretty far jump. We'll see. Quite the section for sure. An event like this is largely based around trust, and overall, like, the Trackmania community is kind of built around trust. Of course, it's like hard to say what players are doing when they're going offline, but I do feel like the players that we have are in it to complete the challenge fair and square. And, you know, unless there are any allegations, then, you know, we don't need to go too deep into that topic. Of course, it's like, you know, an important topic, but yeah. The floors do get harder to an extent. Like, in general, like, the first half of the tower is easier than the second half. You might have, you might benefit from playing or having played, like, for example, the Scars or the Ice Endurance maps. They have a lot of, like, wicked sections like this. These kinds of, like, spin exits. Oh, gotcha, Ion. Gotcha, Ion. We can check that. Give me one moment. I haven't seen Scarzor in a while, actually. I don't really know anything about that. Oof. Quite the map. F button. If I make this capital F, is it gonna, like, replace every word, though? Bad name. Oh, I can't add it. I need to... yeah. It doesn't allow me to do that. So I'm just gonna have to add it normally. I can't add like a single letter. Alias. Practicing these Ice Endurance maps is within the rules, right? Yeah, I mean, it would be kind of overkill to say that you can't play any Trackmania map for a month other than this map, right? Because that's essentially what you wouldn't need to say. So yeah, like, you know, of course the players have, like, standards themselves as well. Some players would rather want to learn everything on this map, specifically on this map, rather than, you know, go onto, like, ice maps or an ice server to you know, try to learn something, like, general, you know? But yeah, like, you would be allowed to play, like, a 3-year-old ice map, of course. If you wanted to practice some mechanics. You think you would reach floor 3 with the dragon yet? I feel like floor 2 is already pretty high. But yeah, I think a lot of people greatly overestimate the capabilities of Dragon Yeats or Ubers. A lot of people seem to have the idea that if you do like an Uber bug, you can suddenly just fly to the end of the map. But the problem is that this map is very tall, and it's just not the case. Unlike normal maps, you know, it can work. Yeah, fair enough, Ion. It just doesn't seem to be possible on 7TV. How do you pronounce your name? It is Ville. That's the Finnish pronunciation, but I don't really mind if you say like Ville or whatever you find comfortable. But yeah, Ville would be the correct one. Would be interesting to see my name on the side just go up to floor 2 in one go. True. Would it be possible from floor 13? You would need so much speed. And if you're thinking like, well, we can get a lot of speed from the like bobsleigh loop, for example, that's with icy wheels. You will not be able to bug slide with icy wheels. So, you know, there are issues even there. Maybe a Taz would be able to do it from floor 13 somehow, for example. But... or 14, you know, there's some red turbos on 14, I guess. But yeah. There we go. Not sure if any Finnish Trackmania players played disc golf. No, I'm pretty sure the rules include that you cannot build a TAS, like it has to be a legitimate run. Fairly sure that the rules do include that. Just turtle to floor 16. Now that's a new idea, haven't had that before. Elcon does this wheel clip here onto the grass to slow the car down. A little bit dangerous if you miss it, because the car is then just going straight forward with a lot of speed. Oh hey, it works. Into the final turtle. Probably can't train the task without opening the map in editor. You're probably thinking of AI runs. Task would just be tool-assisted speedrun, which, you know. I mean, you could just use like some cheat engine stuff and things, but that is obviously not allowed. That gets you banned from Trackmania, not just the competition. Well, Alcon. Landing into floor 9 again, and we can check this run. Getting up. Lars also on the tricky part here. Of floor 7. Mistakes here often result in the run just completely dying, but the line here, a bit too close to the wall. We'll need to do the recovery. If the car just lands, and it will. Yeah, it's great how every floor is like recognizable. Different visual style. Also, if you've seen like task runs on YouTube from Trackmania or something, it's a little bit different because how they are done in Trackmania Nations Forever, the old game, is by scripting the inputs of the run. So there's like a way to decide what the game is pressing, like what keys the game is pressing on every single frame. And that is possible because the game allows you to get access to the inputs of the run in the replay files. But this game is not that open. It's much harder to access those inputs. So through that, it's also much more difficult to create test runs in this game. Elcon actually chaining this part as well. Rioter was saying earlier that no one's chaining this, so now, you know, can be happy that Elcon is doing it. Knee landing. Should be plenty of speed, 233. And lands over to the final quarter by part of floor 9. Oh, good drift. Clean. Good time save. Final jump, and we're back on the ice. How can we play your maps on Trackmania? Some are in my club, SB Ville. And some are on my Trackmania Exchange account. Most of them are there, which is called Ville. Chaining this one too, getting the dirt tube. So that is the technique. That is what the players have to do when you get to that floor 15 final part. That is essentially the goal that you're going for. But you have to add that break tap to it, most likely. That's kind of what it looks like. But we'll see. Maybe someone else will get there, or maybe Hazard will find something different as well. But I feel like the break tap is at least worth trying. Trying to chain this too. Is it gonna work this time? Not quite. It looks so hard, but Elcon has a good way of saving this. Able to slide to the other direction. Well, we go through the traditional way. Getting more speed, sliding up. That will work. So floors 1, 3, 5, 10, and 2 more, 16, and 1 more were chosen from the competition. I forgot the final one. But yeah, at least 1, 3, 5, 10, 16. Spin works out. And Elcon is through onto the plastic. The wet icy wheel plastic. Basically ice. Landing here. 11 and 12. I'm not sure. It could be one of those. I think there were only 6 though. Couple wiggles here, getting the speech light going. Oh, that's a bit of a wonky bounce, but works. Last time Elcon fell on the high jump. On this floor. That's not too far anymore. Needs to do a couple more sections. Clean landing here. Seems to work. Very close to the edge, but makes it work. Then the half loop. Looks pretty good. There we are. Here we go then, the high jump. How's the landing gonna work? Can't go too far. This is very far to the left, all the way on the plastic. Oh no. Oh no. Kind of bouncing on the plastic. I have no idea what you do here. This is very unfortunate. Oh! How did he save it? Dude, what is he doing? Alright, well, okay, alright. Keep going then. No problem. Oh, this is a little bit of a shaky line. Makes the pool though. Okay. That's quite the two sections though. Two hardest floor 11 sections, and Elgon just makes it look like a joke. Well, yeah, Elcon also doesn't have any idea of what's going on. And there's a good saying in gaming, which is that if the player doesn't, or the player or the team doesn't know what's going on, then you can be sure that nobody has any idea of what's going on. So we'll just go with this run and see what happens. Landing in, spin, looks to work. Two difficult sections on this floor still. Great landing. Lands here as well. And then Elcon is taking a little bit less speed usually on this section than a lot of other players. Could afford to take a little bit more. Usually ends with like 150 speed. Could afford to go like to 155 or 158. Those 153 will work. The pool is always going to be a safe landing, so you can always flip the car upright when you just somehow get into the water, so you will be fine. You will be fine as long as you're in the pool. Clean landing here, and whale, not turtle. Good air brake to avoid the car doing weird things. Lands in, and now aiming for the moving block in the ceiling, no problem. Clean airtime, or ground time, I suppose, and makes it halfway through the floor 12. How does the plastic flip work? Do you mean the plastic half pipe on floor 11? The ramps here. Great line. Very clean. Good lineup. Fast lineup for this final part as well. So we keep going. Jump to the turbo, and now the Elcon 180 line. Oh, well, how's this gonna land? We'll land. Maybe trying to do the shortcut here as well, jumping over the window, but oh well. Doesn't lose too much speed, at least. Too much time, you know? It might be possible to jump directly into this side of the wall, but you know. Oh well. Then onto the turbo. And here we go. So the plastic half-pipe essentially works in the way that when you're upside down on plastic, plastic will keep bouncing you. So what's basically happening if you land clean enough, you will just slide along the plastic. It will not reduce your speed like other surfaces might. And then you just fly on it. If you get like a slightly unclean line, then it can kind of bounce around and get like a very weird exit. Their goal there is to be as stable as possible. On. Into the pool. Keep going. The window. Now the wood section. Just need to be careful with the super high turn rate, basically. Super fast turn rate. There we go. And Elcon. Go into the window. Trying out the Elcon shortcut once again. So, once more. Going towards this wall ride, but not looking to do the wall ride. To land the wheel on the side, that works. Does the jump work too? Yes, it does. Elcon seems to have figured this out really nicely. And not only is it faster, it does also skip a bunch of sections that we do occasionally see players fail still, so that's something. Now, Elcon's best run of the day ended up landing upside down after this wall ride, so we could have a daily PB here. Landing into the wall is good. What's the strat going to be? Landing downhill, and will land it safely, so we go to the final part of this floor. Just a careful landing, don't want to get the wet wheels from the hidden pool. Jumps far enough, no wet wheels, and then to the left into the pool landing. There we go. Very well done. Just the ice jump. Ice landing, rather. Hitting the pole. Very good. And that is floor 13 done. We are back to Elcon's personal best floor. Floor 14 by Viro. Spider Sense is the name. Couple very strange sections here. For example, this second section here, where you have to fall a little bit into the hole and then clip off the edge to jump over the border. Perfect line from Elcon. Then the turbo walls. As soon as you hit the wall, the turbo will activate. It doesn't do anything in the air, but it will push you against the wall. You will backflip and get onto this road part. That's how all of those turbo sections work. Basically, just giving you the boost as soon as you touch something with the wheels of the car. The landing, and then another turbo wall, another backflip. There it is. Works pretty automatically. This next one is a little bit harder. The quarter pipe, Elcon goes for a very low line here. It does land clean. What about the beam landing? It's very good. A very good technique. Long section that ends with another turbo wall. The longest part of this floor. It's a clean landing. Now to the quarter pipe. And then need to angle the car to the right so the wheels grip this wall. Looks to happen, and we are in the pool. Good exit, very fast. Oh, never mind. Not enough speed. Unfortunate. Time loss. Might as well reset, yeah. Yeah. More turbos, more turbos. Just need to line up for this forward line. Very specific speed you need to get. So Elcon has this line up here. Now presses forward, the car will flip again. Plastic bounce over the ice and 2 more plastic bounces. Looks to work and we are in the pool. Quite a close landing actually. Thought it was looking a little bit cleaner. But yeah, for some reason, pretty close, a close landing into the pool. Alright, then to the quarter pipe jump, and this one is tough. Might be the hardest part of this floor. Quarter pipe jump up to the right side. Very tricky line to get, very precise line. One of the hardest parts. First the left, and then just a clean line, jump up onto the right. Pace is pretty good, 34 minutes on the clock. Elcon's personal best is on the final turbo part of this floor. Basically at the end of the floor. Let's see then. Gets the line, lands upside down, but this is savable. This is savable. Might do a full circle here. Stays on the ground. And now going for this one clean wall. Right here, timing it, and gets it. So the reason why Elcon is going for that wall specifically is because the geometry on these walls can scam you. It's very painful to deal with. So go into the correct wall, the safest wall, gets it. Now for a weird one. Land with front wheels on the platform. Car goes into a wheelie position. The underside of the car bounces on the beam. You land the platform. Well, just look at it. That's how it works, alright? Doesn't seem to be the hardest part. If you get the correct line, you get the correct speed. Seems fairly consistent. Jumping in, good landing. Will land on the ledge, and now this turbo ceiling. That's gonna be Elcon's PB. First, through the turbo. As far as I know, Elcon hasn't made it past this point. So the point is to get to the ceiling somehow. The ceiling we see right up there. The turbos are facing upwards, which means that as you get into this ceiling, you get the wheels that get grip on the ceiling. The turbos have nowhere else to push you but towards the angle of the ceiling, which means that you ultimately end into the pool on the left. So the goal is to make it to this pool on here. You want to go to the ceiling, get pushed here, and then you get to the next part. I'm not 100% what the consistent way to do this is, but Elcon probably looking at some VODs. Main thing, you have to go forward first and then find a way to get to the ceiling. Yo, Lars, thank you for the raid. We're watching currently Elcon potentially gets a PB. Very much appreciate you. Welcome everybody. Checking on Elcon. Going now. The ceiling. It's gonna push Elcon, and this is a personal best. And it's potentially going to be a floor 15 as well. Gets the ceiling grip. And we're going through. So, final part, landing in. Clean line. Land here. This is floor 15 beginning. We could have our fourth player on the floor. in just a moment. Probably just making sure that the line is right. Now, this jump looks long. But when we've seen Hazard, Bren, Lars make this one, it doesn't look that bad. It's not maxed out. So Elcon probably just carefully making sure that the line is right. Looks good. And landing on the right side. There we go. Floor 15 reached, the 4th player here. No one is out of this floor yet. Hazard and Bren have got the furthest. Oh yeah, there we go. Now, there's an interesting thing about this floor, which is that right now, Bren and Hazard are trying to figure out this ice section here. There's a long jump here that Hazard has cleared for the first time today, clean, but then there's the dirt zoop here. And what we've been thinking about is that you might need to do brake taps to actually get enough speed to clear that jump. You need to chain all of that, from the ice, over the dirt, to the ice landing, to the next platform. And then there's only the beam left, basically, at the top. So Elcon, pretty good at ice. Out of our current, like, top 5, Elcon, probably the best ice player. Now just needs to get there. Very clean landing. Up to the right. Is it enough? Looks very good. And Elcon lands it. Very good sideways landing as well. It doesn't fall downwards. So Elcon, excellent one shot. Then into the ramps. And what we've seen the strat be from Hazard is to line the car slightly after this line here. So like back wheels over this center line. That seems to be a pretty good full speed line in a circle around this hole. Landing here, jumping from here, landing here, and then to the right side, flip upside down, bounce on the plastic, into the pool. So getting closer to the dragon section. So you need to actually get back here afterwards. From the pool, you go here, wall hug on the plastic. Elcon is already lining up, so we're gonna look at the rest in a moment. So I believe Lars's personal best is still on the plastic wall hug there. Elcon, please. Oh, is it a clean line? Oh, slightly clips, I think, the fence there. It was hard to see. I wasn't really sure. But it looks like it did happen. So now needs to find a way to recover. Somehow, somewhere. So I'm not sure if you just build speed from here and then jump over here. I'm not sure if that's gonna get you anywhere. You could potentially try to land here. Bren was able to continue this from platform. From where? I suppose, like, you know... So, is it possible? Is it possible to go around from here? Recovery route goes to the same platform? Yeah, okay, so you can just try the jump again. Okay. Alright. Yeah, no, otherwise it's like a dead end. I'm not supposed to participate in, like, server chat theory crafting. That's what I've been requested to do in the beginning of the whole thing. So, yeah. by organizers. I'm supposed to be a neutral party. Of course, on the stream we can theorycraft all we want, but... Documentarians do not intervene. Yeah, in a sense, yeah. Maybe. What if Elcon joins the stream? Well, yeah, I mean, that's gonna be different, right? Specifically, I've been asked about server chat, so... You know. Of course, the stream doesn't really make any sense if I'm not able to say anything about the map, right? But, so, what is the jump exactly? So you can get to this point. Do you jump here and chain the speed? Or can you start from here and get enough speed for this landing onto the ramp? It's very hard to, like, visualize this. You need to chain. Jump above in the pool. Does this ramp really get you this high? That looks like a big jump. Or do you have to jump to the right? That looks impossible too. No, this jump I don't see. You jump straight and start from the platform? The platform meaning this, or the road ramp, or what? Well, Alcon is about to try something. Okay. Well, let's see. Maybe we'll see something new. Well, maybe the speed is gonna be enough just like this, you know? And if it's not enough, then you land in the recovery and I guess you try from there. Jumping? Yeah, it's enough. Okay, there we go. So then, the plastic bounce, that's not enough to bounce. Oh, floor 14. Okay, could have been worse. Could have been worse. It's just not quite enough. The car needs to be quite, like, upside down to actually bounce properly. I think it's very fortunate that it bounced as much as it did, actually. And it lands in here. Elcon already going, actually. So Elcon has done actually this save before as well. This is like a very generous save by the mappers. So you can get back to the quarter pipe section of this floor. You do this jump and then you just fall from here and you get back to the second turbo wall, basically. But hey, now we've actually seen how this works, right? The numbers on the wall say Bren Have in like the old-timey phone typing thing, yeah? Oh, that's a bit of a wonky landing. Is it enough speed? Oh, bounces a little bit. Is there any kind of recovery? I think floor 11 is the closest one, and that's a rough one always. Floor 10, well, kind of slams on the floor 10. That's not the worst. It is, of course, like, far from floor 15. Like, you know, it's still a 5-floor fall. But it could have been a lot worse. So the numbers on floor 15 our reference, it says Bren Have. So yeah, Bren for winning the Deep Deep 1 event, and Have for holding the wall record at the time of... Well, at this time, still. At the time of building as well, I guess. Well, back we go. Drive faster, I need to sleep. Don't think speed is usually an issue when Elcon is driving. So again here, back to the half pipes, lining up on the right side. Just to get a little bit of space for this turnaround. Oh, almost too much space. Almost falls off the other side this time. That is not a usual problem, but makes it through. Couple wiggles, increasing the speed. And landing clean, and we're back to 11. Let's see. Who do you think will be the first to finish? It's too early to say. I feel like there's still... Like, at the moment, I suppose... Oh, I'll come with this sideways landing, is so scary. At the moment, I suppose, like, we have 4 people who have shown that they are able to lead. Which those 4 people are Bren, Hazard, Lars, and Elcon, right? Basically the only 4 people in the last, like, 12 floors that have shown that they can lead the competition. Scandier is not really playing that much, so I feel like that's kind of out of the question. I wouldn't say that it's impossible that someone like, you know, Virtual or Scrappy would be able to climb back and get the win. But they have been, like, you know, not in this, like, top battle. Like, you know, in the last few days, it's been, like, Lars, Hazard, and Bren kind of changing the water guard, taking it from each other all the time. Let's see the high jump. Looks to work. Great, clean line. So, you know, and Elcon also was holding water guard when we were in the floor 8 and 9 territory, so... The truth is that to win the competition, you have to eventually be first on the map, right? You need to be the one to discover something new, because because you will need to be the first person to clear the final jump at the very least. Probably some other stuff too, on floor 16. So I do feel like the players who have shown that they can be pioneers, they can solve those new sections, they probably have the best chance to also win. Spin strategy. Any good runs this afternoon? Afternoon when? Like right now, Elcon is on a pretty good run. Made it to floor 15. Hazard also earlier made floor 15 and was the first to get the landing onto the ice part in the middle of the section clean. Hard to explain. There's a WR clip command to show that clip. And here, trying to avoid having too much speed. That looks very good. In the last 8 hours. Sure, Hazard during this stream did get to floor 15 pretty far. Couple times actually. I feel like actually today... Oh, scary landing, but good air brake. Actually... Oh, Elgo. Careful, please. So, yeah, actually... I feel like... Oh, not this recovery. This is a scary one. Possible, but it's scary. Oh well. Completely forgot what I was about to say. So, yeah, about consistency. Today specifically, I feel that Hazard and Bren have been very similar in consistency. Both have made it to the ice section at the end multiple times, right? Elcon makes the recovery. Well done. We've seen people fail it too. It's not so easy. But yeah, it really depends. Like Bren, when Bren has like a really good day, Bren is the best player on this map, I think. But when we get to the very end of this competition, it doesn't really matter like who had the most best days or whatever. It matters who reaches the finish line first, right? So at the end, it's going to mean much less like who had the best consistency throughout the event. If some of the players just has one god run that makes just insane progress, nails the final parts of the map. And, you know, I'm not saying that someone can one-shot the entire floor 16, But I feel like if we end up in a position where multiple players are like halfway through floor 16 on their personal bests, then anyone can win, for sure. Ultimately, at the end of the day, everything comes down to one run. And a lot of things can happen on that one run. Maybe you get a lucky save, maybe something very unlucky happens. Elcon, oh, not quite the line there, but we'll land here. There's another floor 10 save, unfortunately. Not quite turning enough to the left, not getting enough height from the ramp. Elcon interestingly goes for this upside down landing, if it works. It looks very wonky, but actually, like, it sort of makes sense. Sort of makes sense. Well, here we go, back to ice. No, he's not giving up. It is definitely like an intended line that Elcon is doing. You can do that in different ways. You could also land front wheels first, which is probably what most people would do, but Elcon goes for this intended flip. I feel like the map is good difficulty. I feel like part of the design of this map is that it gets exhausting and, you know, sometimes gets frustrating. Because I feel like so much of the challenge is mental. I feel like it's sort of by design. Yeah, Elcon trying to chain this one. That's not gonna work. Is the save possible? Okay, it will be. Elcon has started to try to chain this section, and I haven't seen it work yet. But, you know, at the very least, you can recover it. Looks cool, though. Did it twice. Okay. Yeah, I just haven't seen it myself. But yeah, I feel like, you know, if you had this kind of a map where it was possible to make progress every day, like, you know, reach a new PB every single day, it probably wouldn't be what the map is supposed to be, which is like, sort of overcoming the phase where you get frustrated and you feel a bit defeated and you get tired and, you know. And when you overcome that sort of part of the grind, then it's also much more rewarding to finish. Turn around. I am pretty much unbiased here. I don't really have any favorite. Back to the half pipe. And looking like a consistent section. I'm biased towards people higher up. Maybe. Maybe in some sense. Yeah, I will try this map after the whole event, yes. It's been almost a month. Isn't that too long for a competition like this? No, look, you're not thinking about this correctly, alright? We have all these players that are grinding for a full month. If this competition takes like 33 days, right? Then they will get another round of prime subs. You need to think about this correctly. Into the pool. Here we go. That's the correct length, yeah? Remember to prime sub to your favorite player, guys. What's the condition to be able to unturtle? So, generally you need to just flip the car against the wall, for example. Or you need to be in water. Water will always unflip the car. High jump. Very good. Into the wall. Looks stable this time. And we're again in the pool. Thank you, Swiss Mister, for the prime. Much appreciated. Elcon not streaming right now. Doing an off-stream server session. This map is so much harder than it looks, for sure. Now to the spin strategy. This one has been a little bit of a problem recently for our players, like sometimes, but Elcon looks to land it. So it is a difficult strategy, for sure, but Hazard finding this one when Elcon and Bren were trying to kind of clip the wall somehow to land this was a huge, huge finding. Clean line here as well. And back we go. Don't they need to stream? Only the full final run. So your final run needs to be streamed in its entirety, but you don't need to stream anything before that. You need to specifically stream it yourself, as far as I know. 157 speed should be good. Oh, okay, alright, yeah, thanks, game. Trackmania moments. Well, at least he's in the pool. Plastic does weird things when you land into these pool borders. So yeah, the sides of the pool are plastic and you get weird bounces sometimes, that's basically it. Don't worry about it. Floor 12. Again, this time clean landing. What if he got lucky and made it to the top this run? That would be just about the greatest moment in the history of gaming, to one-shot floor 16 on this map. So it will not happen. Floor 16 is pretty difficult. Here we go, landing in. I do think the top 3 will finish like within a couple days of each other at least. Probably not gonna take too long. Floor 12, a lot of these speed checks, but it's more traditional than floor 11. So a lot of why this floor ended up being easier than floor 11 is actually because floor 11 has these weird shapes that are very unintuitive. And you know, we have these players that have been playing this game for like potentially tens of thousands of hours, right? And you just have like a level of intuition for like certain patterns in this game. Like for example, when you have like a flat drop down, you have more intuition for that than if it's like slightly tilted in like a weird angle. So you know how the car is going to behave when you drop down this hole, but if it's like in a weird angle, it's much harder. And I think that's a big reason, apart from like all the possible recovery ways that you have on floor 12 as well, that's a big reason why this ended up being so much more easy to like figure out than 11. Final parts. We'll see if Elcon goes for the completely ridiculous shortcut here. Probably just turning around, yeah. It sometimes looks like... Oh! Hold on, the turtle is alive, somehow. Oh my lord. Okay, it's very rare that that recovery happens. I was like 90% sure that the run was over there, but no, Elcon makes it work. That was good. So Elcon has sometimes looked like he actually wants to jump all the way over this wall into this part already, but I guess not this time. Well, here we go, floor 13 again. Prize pool is $31,000 or so right now. 50% to first finisher, 30% to second, and 20% to third. Here we go, into the bobsleigh. Usually we see people take 4 loops around this, and on the 5th one you go. That's number 2, 3. Oh, only 4? Okay, Elcon, time save. And this is gonna be interesting. Hopefully Elcon makes it a little bit further, because Elcon does do a different shortcut. Small release there, just before the jump you might have noticed, just to avoid the second gear, which can give you a slowdown because you drop it as you're doing the jump. things are going very fast, so I can't really afford to do things very thoroughly, explain things very thoroughly, but here we go. So you might wonder what's happening. Elcon, does he not know the shortcut or something? But it's more likely that you might not know the shortcut. Most players do a little bit of a different path, but Elcon wanted to save a little bit of time, so the strategy is not going for the wall ride. You land the front left wheel onto this border, and now Elcon's in the pool. Skipping the plastic bounce entirely. That is like the third time in a row that Elcon has got it. It's actually working so well. It was a little bit shaky initially. One time Elcon actually failed the landing on the border, so Elcon was forced to do the wall ride, which also Elcon one-shot. So Elcon has done the intended line there as well. Well, we keep going, jumping over the hidden pool, no wet wheels, and we go up. There we go, very good. Yeah, Elcon has done the wall ride. Has failed the shortcut by like falling down once as well, though. Then jumping to the ice. There we are. Floor 14. Back we go. I don't even know. I couldn't even be able to describe this run anymore. I don't know where we were and how we fell down. It feels like Elcon has been to this floor like 5 times already on the same run, but it can't be true because it's a 1 hour run. For the whole clip, we were on 15, yes. I do remember that it was a PB. This should be climbable. Oh, maybe not actually. So yeah, this is a bit of a scary section. You need to fall a little bit to the hole and then jump up. Makes it work. If Elcon finishes the map somehow right now, yeah, Elcon will not be eligible for the prize pool. But it is not going to happen. We do not need to be worried about it. There's like 10 extremely difficult untested sections, like, you know, unseen sections on floor 16. Even though I'm streaming Elcon, because I haven't watched the full run of Elcon 1, which you need to stream it from start to finish. And also, you specifically need to stream it yourself, as far as I know. So yeah, it's... Look, he's just not gonna finish the run, alright? It's not gonna happen. It will not happen. We don't need to be worried. I will say that if it happens... Okay, this time lands on the beam. Well done. If it happens, it will be the greatest run in the history of Trackmania. And also the most unfortunate run, of course, but... Wall record is possible in terms of progress, sure. It would require one-shotting basically everything on floor 15. Well, I guess we've been there before. Oh, that line is a little bit on the edge. It will flip. Good air brake as well. Lining a little bit too close to the wall there, so a little slowdown there, but... Well, should be able to recover this. I think it's the same recovery as before, so you go here, and then you just do this second turbo wall again. A non-streamer can't win in the sense that if you do not stream your final run, you are not eligible for prizes. Yes. But I mean, you can be someone who does their first stream ever as the finishing run, and that will be fine. It needs to be live streamed in its entirety, the final run. It's not really that much more complicated. It is required by the Matcherino platform that is being used to organize the competition. Well, back we go. Clean landing. Should be plenty of speed. Good line as well. Very good. Here we go again. Turn around. Looks good. This time, just a little bit further into the wall, and this looks a little better. It doesn't clip the side at least, and Elcon, oh god. Getting some water bounces as well. But is fine, is fine. I think it would be unlikely to fly off the pool. And then the forward line here. So just a clean setup here. Press forward. The car, again, as it touches the ground, the turbos will activate. So, the turbos don't do anything in the air, but as soon as the car touches the ground or a wall or something, it will sort of activate. And it works fine for Elcon. A little bit tricky to get up this part with the wet wheels, I think. Here we go again. One of the toughest parts. Landed this upside down last time, but was able to recover. Now the quarter pipe to the right again. Is it going to work? Very good. Very clean from Elcon. Getting the hang of this part. Now to the beam bounce. Always looks so wonky. With a good setup, it should work. Lands in, bounces, and there we go. Then, platform, very good landing, a bit of a slowdown, but speed is enough. And now, again, we have this very strange section where essentially your goal is to get the turbos in the ceiling, and for them to affect you, again, you need to be touching the wheels onto the ceiling. So your goal is to go up, then go right to the ceiling, and the turbos push you up, which means that they push you towards the pool. You will see. It's very difficult to explain. But as long as you get the wheels onto the ceiling, you should get pushed upwards. Need to get enough height. Here we go, into the ceiling, and we're in the pool. It is a very dank section. I'm not surprised that Viro found something like this. But that's how it works. We keep going again. Final jump here. Landing it very nicely. We go back. Second attempt. Very, very important practice. Quite the wild run. Over to the ramp. One shot this last time. This time, oh, feels confident with that line. It wasn't much of a slowdown. Elcon reached it correctly. Even though the landing is a little bit shaky, it doesn't cause a slowdown. So Elcon commits to it. You can recover, you can go back if you fail the landing, if you lose speed, but Elcon? Correct read. Now knows the recovery here as well. It is pretty brave to just keep going, even with the chance of the slowdown, but well, that's why Elcon is playing and we're watching, yeah? This time the line is clean, landing is good. Lands the ramp, small release, and now the plastic bounce. Is it going to work? It will. And Elcon? Oh, scary. The line goes pretty far into the pool, but Elcon has reached a new personal best. And, as far as I know, Lars's personal best is on this plastic over here. So as long as Elcon makes this jump, that's going to be tied third place. And, you know, after doing all this crazy stuff, all this kind of stuff like the plastic bounces and ramp combinations, everything, it seems silly that you would even need to think twice about this kind of a jump. Like, you know, what's there to do? You just jump. But there's something, a little bit of a problem, which is that if you get the second gear, which happens at 100 speed, you might get a slowdown. So Elcon correctly keeps the first gear. It's not hard, but it is possible that you get a slowdown because you get the 100 speed barely and then you lose it immediately, which causes the slowdown. So keeping the first gear a little bit under 100 speed actually ends up giving you a little bit of a longer jump. For this next one, now it's a third tied place. But this next one is going to be a wall hug. Bren found out that when you go to the side here, gently steer against the plastic wall here, and then the car goes upside down onto the beam, you will flip back up from here, land over here. And that seems to be the strategy. As long as you just get a comfortable line here. Yeah, gears are automatic, so they will happen whether you like it or not. Elcon, looks good. Car flips, no plastic bounces. There we go. 1600 meters already. Getting further and further. Took a while for Elcon to get through that final part of floor 14, but now we're making great progress on floor 15. Turbo, grass, hitting the wall here, and the goal is to jump all the way over the hole. Landing into the hole is bad. Don't need to be a pro Trackmania player to notice that. Hopefully Elcon notices the car movements in time. Okay. You're honestly a great commentator, thank you. Yeah, not everyone knows that these holes are bad on this map sometimes. It's true. Bren joining the server. Interesting. The flip works out. And now actually, Bren might tune in just as Elcon is about to take... Well, no, oh, sorry. No, Bren made it further before. No. Bren's old personal best was on the beam landing. That's gonna be the next one. So... yeah, landing onto the beam. This speed has been figured out pretty much. You don't want to take too much speed, because then the actual angle of the beam landing gets really difficult. So what Hazard has been doing is basically like going here and then going against this turbo wall and then lining up again to the beam, because as long as you're sideways on the turbo, it will not push you. If you're turning like forwards towards it, or if you're turning backwards, then the turbo will affect you. But if you're sideways on the turbo, you will be safe. You can just go forwards and backwards and kind of like, you know, game the angle there for a while. Elcon goes to the beam, looks good, and just stays there. The turbo doesn't affect you as long as you're sideways. That's a very clean, very, very clean jump. And then the dragon. The dragon indeed. Elcon already ready to go? It doesn't seem that complicated. But I mean, it's not easy. It's a very tough speed check, but Hazard found out that starting from the edge of the turbo here gives you like pretty good speed. So landing over here, going into the dragon and bouncing on the ceiling, landing here, we have found out that at the very least it doesn't seem like you can have too much speed. This is a very high speed check. So you need to get a pretty good line here. Elcon looks pretty good. Bounce. Oh, it barely reaches. We have a bad camera angle for that, unfortunately, but well, at least it's extra suspense. Elcon does make it. Very clean one shot again. Now into the water, into the dirt, then the rings going all the way around here. And if Elcon is able to clear the ring planet things, Elcon gets to try out the ice section. Elcon is pretty good at ice. That's the one thing that people haven't cleared. Hazard had a great attempt at it before. Plunge the pool, step number 1. And I guess you're getting towards the end. It's not the end on the scale on the on the left side, but there's a small thing there. Probably like a, I don't know. It might be a reference to like the Minecraft end, right? Slaying the dragon. We don't have the voice line, but Elcon probably does. Yeah, I can. You can switch cameras in player POV, but not the way I'm doing it. I feel like I need to test it out, like how it works, because it might not work in like spectator. Maybe I need to be player, but whatever. We'll deal with this right now. I've heard about it, but yeah, going all the way around the planets over here. That's basically the goal. The rings are pretty scary. The angles are not that visible. I don't know if... Has anyone actually failed these? I feel like Hazard has done them twice. Ren has failed them once? Okay, gotcha. Inverted steering. Okay, that is unfortunate. Well, Elcon, one section away from getting to the... in some sense, a tight world record, because the next section is very long and it hasn't been cleared. So clearing these rings is... let's put it this way. Clearing these rings is the last section anyone has cleared on this map. Let's see. Not a lot of space for the car on these rings. Onward on the first one. We'll take some laps here, I think. Make sure the speed is right. Need to do this to the correct directions as well, otherwise you would need to turn around. First jump works out. And one does land. Third one. Perfect. We all often talk about the speedrun Elcon, but here is the patient Elcon. Lands the last one too. Now, oh, kind of slipping a little bit. Oh, will be able to control the car though. get enough speed to continue the line. Scary moments, but Elcon does it and clears the rings first try. And well, here we are. Here we are then. Ice. Jump. Don't look down. Dirt. Zoop. Ice. Jump. Time to DNF to hide strat, says Elcon. Would be a GigaJet move, honestly. Well, we have this thing over here. So this is what Hazard sent us. Hazard was not on stream. Hazard was not on the server, but we got this streamable from Hazard. So this is what Hazard was able to try. The best attempt. Getting the third gear, doing a small ice slide, getting enough speed, landing clean on the ice, and then the dirt zoop, but it's not enough speed to land clean, and it will lack a lot of speed getting the final landing. So one thing we have been kind of theory crafting today is that it could be a break tap. It could be that you go for this zoop and you break tap to extend the line, get a little bit more speed, and even a spin in the air after. That is kind of what we've been talking about today, and it seems that could be the strategy. Maybe 2 break taps, yeah. The really important thing here seems to be to get the third gear at the right time to get enough speed through the ice slide. You don't want to get the gear during the ice slide because it essentially like splits the ice slides into 2 ice slides, and that will not give you a lot of speed. The good news about this is that if the gear goes wrong, you can recover, go onto the plastic, go jump here, jump over here, land over here. I think Elcon is currently studying the strats. Might find something new. This section hasn't been cleared. In some sense, we could say that Hazard has the water guard, because Hazard has landed clean onto this point, which is required. You have to chain this section. So we could say like Hazard has gotten halfway through this section clean. Bren has landed this ice as well, but clipped the landing. So ultimately though, this section is not cleared. Well, ready to try. As long as you jump to the ice, you will be able to get back here.
Let's go, Elcon! Yeah.
Let's go, Elcon. Landing, very clean. Gets the third gear before the slide. This should be enough speed. Already commits. And what about the zoop? Does the break tap lands clean? Oh, tries to land backwards. We're on some beam. Where are we? I think Elcon trying to land backwards, maybe to somehow like climb it. I'm not gonna say that I know for sure what it was for, but well, all right. What is happening? Where are we? We're on. Okay, I think you can get back to the forward section here. Yeah. So you go on the beam, you turn around here, and then you drive over here, probably. Seems like a strat. Well, that is a... Okay, that is a kind of wild one-shot, though. That is absolutely the best attempt that we've seen, and Elcon does it on first try. That is kind of like a world record, yeah. Landing on the ice clean, that's required, so we can say that this is a, yeah, that is a world record as well. Would need to check the inputs exactly, but I do think that ultimately, yeah, turning backwards there... Oh, weird bounces. This should end in the pool, and it will. Yeah, it's hard to really say all of this. There's so many things happening. I think it was one brake tap though, wasn't it? It was one brake tap. Jumping up. This will end upside down, but it's savable. Just a full lap. Elcon already did this earlier. Flip onto this specific wall. There we go. Because every other wall has like an uneven surface, so you can easily get scammed on those ones. Well, back we go. The bounce works again. Clean landings here. Back we go. Again, getting the grip on the ceiling. Works again. One seems to have figured this out pretty nicely. Almost goes too far to the side, but still ends in the pool. All you need. Struggled getting this initially, but now it's working super well. And the landing works as well. Here we go. It could have been some like weird thought process where you kind of think about like doing a spin on the ice, but then you kind of mix up what you're actually doing. Clean landing here. And again we go. Looks very good. 3 out of 3. Yeah, it's really hard to say what exactly happened there. Oh well. Clean line, clean landing. Onto the ramp. This is very close to the wall. Elcon manages to dodge it though and gets the bounce. Very nice correction there on the line. Landing in, works again. Then the wall hug. Carefully into the turbo, it seems. It's like making sure that you're as close to the wall as possible, so you don't really need to correct the line too much. Goes in. The flip. It will work. Car stays on. I think I saw Elcon do action key 4 there that limits your steering to 80%. So kind of limiting the steering to make sure it's not too heavy on keyboard. Flip works again. Pretty rare that we would see action keys being used on a map like this, but... Elcon is on keyboard, yes. Over the beam. Clean line again. Very, very good. I'm back again. Last time the setup worked. Late air brake, and then into the plastic. The bounce at the end looks to work. I was even faster than last time. Then just a straight line into the pool. Works again. Already back to the rings. Important practice, because these are not going to be the only times you do this floor. Here we go. Already speedrunning. Feeling confident. Lands in the wheels, clip the inside a little bit. We saw it happen to Hazard, and Hazard was able to save it as well. But you would rather keep the wheels on the rings, of course. Makes all of them, and this time no issues with having too little speed. Oh, the jump maybe a little bit of a rough one, but Elcon makes it through and gets back in, and maybe we will see another attempt. Maybe we will see floor 16. And knows the list of things that need to happen. Land clean onto the ice. Get the third gear. Ice slide. Exit the ice slide. Jump, and then to the dirt zoop. With the brake taps, increasing the speed. And the spin out of the zoop does not seem necessary at all. We shall see. So just as a reminder, ice landing, ice slide, jump up, then just turn, brake tap, get enough speed, correct the line, land clean, and then jump. Looks like a pretty long jump still, but we'll see if Elcon can get it this time. Was very close on the first try. Landing. Looks clean, gets the gear. The speed should be enough. In landing. The brake taps, the landing, the speed. It will work. And Elcon, the slowdown works as well. Thankfully, Kubas has placed a fence here, so you will not immediately fly over. And that is now an untied water guard from Elcon. And there's only one part remaining on this floor. And it is whatever this is. This is floor 16. This is the final part of this floor. I have no idea what Kubas is thinking. I feel like at this point, this is just a meme. No one has ever been here before, so going in blind. It's going to be a non-slippery surface. You will not have icy wheels, so patience should be enough. How much speed do you need for the final jump? Well, suppose that's up for debate. There's an ice block if you're too slow, and I suppose that brings you to floor 14 again. Maybe floor 15, the turbo, if you leave it well enough, but well, Brent thinks that you don't need to accelerate too much more than just taking the turbo. So just lining up before the turbo, taking a straight line, getting the jump. Well, we'll see how it goes. Carefully. Almost at the turbo now. And now we will try. This is Elcon's lineup. Seems. Tries to get a little bit more into the downhill to get a little bit more acceleration. Okay. Oh, that's a bit scary. Oh no. Oh, not able to counter the speed there. Oh, that is so unfortunate. It's just so hard. Like, you want to try to counter the you know, speed that you simply get from going downhill, gravity. So I think Elcon kind of changed his mind. Changed his mind about the lineup here. Like, you know, you could just go for it, of course, but if you don't feel that it's gonna be enough, like, your Trackmania intuition just tells you that, okay, well, that's not gonna be it. So, trying to go back here, trying to get a little bit of speed, and then... But it's not meant to be. Too much pressure this high up? Yeah. You're almost the first player on floor 16. The final floor. In some sense, this is maybe where it only begins. All these tricks, all these difficult jumps, the wheel hang that you need to do all the way through this. Whatever this drop down is. Hazard was thinking that you have to take speed and then drop between these two beams. So going over this first one and then under the second one and landing onto the ice and somehow saving yourself. There's so much stuff on this floor. This whole wall ride thing where you go all the way to the other side, hit the plastic, change direction, go over here, and jump over to this block. Whatever that is. This is the final boss. And then, through a couple more sections, final jump. Reach this height, and you're done. Alright, bounce, whatever, but the drop looks mental. The drop, yeah. I feel like the problem with this is that if you go a little bit too high or a little bit too low, like, the recovery is just not there, right? That's the issue. That, like, okay, well, floor 13 has blocks everywhere, right? But the issue with every single block on floor 13 is that you probably will just hit one of these crystals, and you will bounce from it, and you will fly somewhere here. That's the issue. That a lot of these, like, late parts of floor 16 have, like, a god-awful recovery as well. And also, this final part, going onto the beam, and then this exit. This looks very scary. It looks so casual, like it's just a small thing, you know? But your left wheels are off the edge. So, just, this looks rough. Exit the sketch, part before it's fine. Yeah, okay, fair enough. Might just be one of these sections that looks scary, but ends up being, like, okay. Yeah, and also this fall is, yeah, one of the greatest falls. Well, you reach this blue flag here. That is going to be the end on the scale on the left side. You go here. You go here. You jump here. Climb here. and you jump to the finish. It's still a long way to go. And I do feel like we will need a little bit of time on this floor to actually get through it. The good news, there's two good news about this floor. And that is that the mappers felt that the wheel hang and the dirt wall ride are difficult enough that they deserve their own practice sections. So you can practice this wheel hang here, basically getting one side wheels onto this part, landing to the pool, and then when you're ready to go, when you know how it works, you can try it out yourself. There are some khaki maps that use this trick. I'll update the water guard clip, yeah. Yeah, they are wondering about the same spot. This specific section is being discussed. Like, you know, my first thought was that you would need to somehow go like to the right here, but the angle looks so miserable. Then Hazard was thinking like jumping over here and under here and landing here. That looks miserable as well. Maybe you're just gonna be miserable, I don't know. So, you know, people are kind of have been thinking that, okay, well, what if you just go straight forward and you just bounce around here and you go here? But here's the problem. This is a plastic block, right? So as soon as you land on this, you will bounce away and fall down. And even if there wasn't a plastic block, I do not believe that this kind of like a million variable bounce section that could be straight out of a khaki map would be put as one of the final parts of this map. I don't think the mappers would do that. We need to wait for someone to get here. Invisible blocks? No. No. There's no way the mappers would do that either. Nah, come on. Pretty sure it actually would have been against the rules of the mappers to use invisible blocks. I mean, I don't know, I guess, you know, they make their own rules. But I think at least for the mapping competition, you were not allowed to use, like, more than a couple specific custom items. And invisible blocks would be custom items. Elcon is guessing bounce, though. But, like, bounce how? I guess, like, okay, if we... I don't know. Like, even if you could somehow, like, bounce on this, like, land on this one with a perfect air brake, and you could somehow go below this and land on the plastic block, that still sounds like it would never be... That would never just work. Dragon knows? Oh. Guys, pay attention. Maybe there's +1 info. Accidentally. No. Keep it a secret, Dragon. It's a puzzle. It's a puzzle, and the players need to solve it. Yeah, there doesn't seem to be any other routes. Just don't see any other possibility. Flip wheels, last hook. Then bounce on plastic? No. It's that's gonna be way too many variables. Like, yeah, it could be like a trick that happens. I don't know, like, I just... So Elcon is thinking about, like, you bounce on all of these. And then you land, like, you drop down from here and you somehow make it on the plastic. If you fall, it's... GG. Good luck saving your run on floor 13. Like, I just don't see these kinds of jumps being, like, consistent. Like, I really don't think the mappers would build something that's, like, less than 50% chance of success, just relying on luck. Because, like, you will never be able to get, like, the absolute perfect variables here to do it consistently. And just from experience, these kinds of bounces I don't really personally believe in. But if you hook your front wheels on one of those, your car does a backflip and lands on plastic. There's no way it would get the momentum. There's no way, right? GPS in this context basically means that one player will get to this point and other players will then have, like, information to look at. Run to look at. No one is willing to be the GPS though. We'll see. Take an Admiravi. Well, I think at this point we just need someone to get here and try things out. Well, here's the thing, we're not there yet, right? We're not there yet, and we're not very close either. Relatively close, but I feel like figuring out the floor 16 sections will take a while. Was fully consistent the rule for all mappers or just the contest mappers? I feel like it's a rule that you put onto yourself when you make a map like this. I feel like the mappers that we have in this project would want to create like a challenge where the challenge is not to get to the end of the map and then flip a coin, and if it flips right then you can move forward. I don't feel like that's like good map design. Like, the challenge is supposed to be that you have to learn things very quickly from like very few attempts that you get to this point, not that you need to get extremely lucky even if you know the strategy. I doubt that there would be like a luck section on this map. Check next to the dirt wall ride practice and how you will have wet wheels if you go to the recovery route. Good point, actually. Sounds great. So if you practice the dirt wall ride here, you land into the pool, then you have wet wheels. Oh yeah, this is metal, right? So your wheels don't dry on this surface? I'm actually not sure. Is that the case? Because yeah, then the drop down here will be kind of tough. Kind of tough to not turtle this landing. But yeah, I actually don't know if you... Yeah, I guess you don't dry the wheels. I suppose this is metal. You don't dry the wheels. They don't? Yeah, okay, cool. you are not allowed to recreate any sections of the map. No. Yeah, fair enough, Cat. Yeah. Does the chain work? Oh, it works? Good speedruns. Alright, we're gonna watch this Elcon run. It's a 2-hour run, so who knows how long it's gonna take. But yeah, calling it after... Okay, well, Elcon. Maybe that's where it ends, actually. Floor 6, I suppose. Yeah, okay, Elcon is gonna get some sleep as well, so that's gonna be... Yeah, I suppose Elcon will get some rest. Falling in style. Very much deserved. Our new world record holder. And so close to floor 16. Definitely the new height record, I think. It has to be this point. Wait, it's not? Oh no, I think the recovery... Oh yeah, the recovery route still goes higher. I guess this jump here jumps over here. Yeah, it's a little bit higher still. Okay, well. Oh well. Alright. I guess this will remain a mystery. Do you need to start from the turbo or do you need to chain this? I feel like next time when anyone gets here, they will kind of try to chain this from this point, right? It does seem like it's doable. Okay. Well, one step closer. And we have a new world record holder. So in like the last 3 days, we've had 4 different world record holders. After 26 days on the map. Kind of crazy. Kind of wild. And Elcon, I think, holding the world record for the first time since floor 11 as well. That is kind of wild as well. World record for progress, yeah. We don't care about the height as much as we care about the actual progress on the map. Okay. All right. That's gonna be the end of our session tonight as well. Where should we go? There's absolutely no one playing on the server. Someone maybe playing Shallow Dip? Captain Sparkles, you think? Why not? Playing Shallow Dip. It's cool that some people are putting in the hours to try to get some runs going. Why not? Sounds good to me. Alright, but yeah, I appreciate you guys tuning in. Hope you enjoyed. And yeah, we're gonna be back tomorrow as well. Going to check what's going on. Hopefully some good runs again.